That's just CCSM like the kind of stuff there. I I worry
And here we are. Beach City Alpha will be coming to you shortly. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the BCA Winter Heats meet. The time is 8:11. I just wanted to start announcing timing chairs so that we can get the meet started on time at 8:30. All right. Timers, I'd like to see you over in your chairs in about 15 minutes. That's 8:25. 5 minutes before our scheduled start time so we can get the meet going. All right, Sunday morning, lane 1, 2 chairs, Spartan. Lane 2, 2 chairs, Torrance. Lane 3, 2 chairs, Torrance. Lane 4, 2 chairs, BCA. Lane 5 and 6, 2 chairs each, Rose Bowl. Oop, and lane 7, 2 chairs, Rose Bowl as well. Lane 8, 2 chairs, Bay Club. Lane 9, 1 chair, H2O, 1 chair, Palos Verdes. Lane 10, 2 chairs, Blast. Lane 11, 2 chairs, Team Santa Monica. And in lane 12, 2 chairs, Southgate. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. No more warm up in the competition pool. You can keep warming up over in the other lanes. All right, timers. We've got 3 minutes until the deadline for you to be in your chairs. Want you there at 8:25 so we can get going at 8:30. All right, lane 1, both chairs, Spartan. Lane 2 and 3, both chairs, Torrance. Lane 4, BCA. Lane 5, 6, 7, all Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Bay Club. Lane 9, H2O and PV. Lane 10, Blast. Lane 11, Team Santa Monica. And in lane 12, Southgate. Please head over to the chairs. I am reliably informed we are 5 minutes and 43 seconds out from this meet getting going. And I still see a woefully low amount of timers under the tents. Come on, guys. Let's go. We're all waiting for you. Maybe if I just keep announcing the timing chair assignments, you'll all just be so annoyed about it. You'll come over just to make me stop. Lane 1, lane 2. Lane 1, Spartan. I think I see one person from Spartan there. Lanes 2 and 3, Torrance. I think I see one Torrance timer over there in lane 3. Lane 4, BCA. Lanes 5, 6, 7 is all Rose Bowl. I need 6 timers from Rose Bowl for lanes 5, 6, and 7. Lane 8, that's Bay Club. Lane 9, H2O PV. Lane 10, Blast. Lane 11, Team Santa Monica. Lane 12, Southgate. Oh, by the way, the snack bar has told me that at 9 a.m., the Spam Masubis will be there. 9 a.m., Spam Masubis. And right now we have a wide selection of donuts. A very wide selection of donuts. And timers, if you've responded to the tent area, please sit down in your chair so we know that you're a timer and that you're in your lane. Thank you very much, guys. All right, we have a very exciting slate of events for everybody today. We've got some mid-distance free with the 200 freestyle. Ooh, and then we have a 200 butterfly for your viewing pleasure. Those kids are tough. Then some sprint backstroke, 100 backstroke, some sprint butterfly, the 50 flies, 100 breaststroke. Ooh, then the 50 freestyle, the announcer's worst nightmare. Hard to get everybody's name in with a 12-lane course during 50 freestyles, but I'll do my best. And then we got some sprint IM, and then followed with the 400 IM. Let's go. All right, Rose Bowl. Coach Jeanette's over here. I got lanes 5, 6, and 7, Rose Bowl. I need 6 timers, 2 timers each, and 5, 6, and 7 from Rose Bowl.
These days, breathe clearly, like a wolf in the snow. In some way, I feel you near me, darling, as long as you know. And I know always thinking
All right, the first event of the day, start us off, is going to be event 31. This is the mixed 11-12 200 freestyle. Eat one.
Take care of mine.
All right, in the water, we have heat 1 of 6 heats of event 31. This is the mixed 11-12 200-yard freestyle. In lane 1, Luca from BCA. Lane 2, Quinn, Swim Torrance. Lane 3, Aiden, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Alex from BCA. Lane 5, Henry, Blast. Lane 6 is Sierra from TC Falcons. Lane 7, Jun Yu, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Jacob Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Owen from Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Claire from Rose Bowl. In lane 11, Madison from Swim Torrance. And out there in lane 12, that is Tate from BCA. All right, at the 100, it looks like the race is in lane 7 and 8. That's Jacob and Jun Yu from Rose Bowl. Let's see if their race strategy was to go out fast and hang on and see if the other competitors in the course can catch up on the second half of the race. But this Rose Bowl pair at the 150 looks to be having a pretty strong swim. We got a good race, though, over here in lanes 4, 5, and 6. Last 50 coming home. And out there in lane 9 as well. All right, at the 175, though, out there in lane 8, that's Jacob from Rose Bowl. Coming home very strong out there in lane 8. I'm going to call it now your unofficial heat winner from Rose Bowl. That's Jacob. Heat 2. All right, in the water, we have heat 2 of 6. In lane 1, Kate, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Alex, BCA. Lane 3, Dylan, BCA. Lane 4, Tyson, BCA. Lane 5, Alex, Swim Torrance. Lane 6, Brandon, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Kim, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Sailor, Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Kevin, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Selena, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Talma from Swim Torrance. And in lane 12, Yuli, Rose Bowl. All right, at the 100, your race leader, that would be lane 6 from Brandon. That's Brandon, Rose Bowl. All right, but out here in lane 3, we've got Dylan from BCA. Always interesting to see what develops in the second half of the race of the 200 freestyle. All right. Holding his lead here at the 150, that is lane 6. All right, your unofficial heat winner in lane 6, that's Rose Bowl's Brandon. Nice one, Brandon. Heat 3. All right, we're at the halfway point of event 31. This is heat 3 of 6 of the 11-12 200 freestyle. Lane 1, Aiden from Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Lucas, Team Santa Monica. Lane 3, Jay, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Jaden, Bay Club. Lane 5, Sebastian, Southgate. Lane 6, Emily, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Ina, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Brooklyn from BCA. Lane 9, Ring from Spartan. Lane 10 is Westside's Claudia. Lane 11 is Gemma from BCA. And in lane 12, we have Emily from Team Santa Monica. All right, at the halfway point, lane 6, that is Emily from Rose Bowl. Her teammate, Ina from Rose Bowl, right on her heels. All right, coming home here again. Rose Bowl right in the hot hand in lane 6. Your unofficial heat winner is Emily. Heat 4. In the water is our fourth of 6 heats of the 200 freestyle 11 and 12. Lane 1, Kira Royal. Lane 2, Owen, Beach Cities. Lane 4, Mackenzie, BCA. Lane 4, Andy, BCA. Lane 5, Lucy, BCA. Lane 6, Hannah, Spartans. Lane 7, Stella, Royal. Lane 8, Liza, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Sophia, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Tommy, Spartans. Lane 11, Chloe, Westside. And in lane 12, we have Camila from Linwood. All right, a little change of pace here at the halfway point. Your heat leader is event 3, lane 3, pardon me, Mackenzie from BCA. Out there in a lane 11, though, that's Westside's Chloe coming on strong in the second half of this race. But does Mackenzie here in lane 3 have just enough of a lead to hold on? All right, coming home here in lane 3. That's Mackenzie from BCA. Hard to tell from this angle what's going out there. Lane 11 with Chloe. But it is absolutely Mackenzie, your unofficial heat winner. Nice swim. Heat 5.
Yeah, she's still 11.
All right, in the water. Heat 5 of 6. Lane 1, Caden, Team Santa Monica. Lane 2, Hattie, BCA. Lane 3, Emma, Spartans. Lane 4, Levi, Bay Club. Lane 5, Adam, H2O. Lane 6, Maximus, BCA. Lane 8, Windsor, Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Manuela, Team Santa Monica. Lane 10, Alexia, Linwood. Lane 11, her teammate, Matthew from Linwood. And in lane 12, Luke, Bay Club. All right, galloping away with this at the 100 is Windsor in lane 8. All right, at the 150, Windsor just consolidating his advantage. All right, your unofficial heat winner coming in here under the flags. Swim Torrance's Windsor. Heat 6.
You would use it. And trim. You can make a third.
In the water is our last heat of event 31. In lane 3, we have Alex from Team Santa Monica. In lane 4, Cameron, Team Santa Monica. In lane 5, Sophia, Team Santa Monica. In lane 6, Colin from Bay Club. In lane 7, swimming unattached is Alan. And in lane 8, we have Caitlin from BCA. Lane 9, Pippa from BCA. And in lane 10, Zoe from BCA. All right, picking up where Windsor left off in the last heat. This is Allen in lane 7. He's swimming unattached, but I see a Swim Torrance cap on his head. Swimming with about a 7 body length lead here. Looks to have this pretty much under control. All right. Up next, we have event 32. It's the mixed 5 to 10 200-yard freestyle. We have 5 heats this event, 5 heats of event 32. But back to the action in the water. In our 6th and final heat of event 31. Situation unchanged. Bringing it home here, that's Allen in lane 7. Your unofficial heat winner. Heat 1. In the water, we have the first of 5 heats of event 32. The mixed 5 to 10, 200 free. Lane 1, Peon, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Aiden, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Evie, Spartans. In lane 4, Ernest from Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Marcus, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Lauren, Spartans. Lane 7, Akins, Rose Bowl. In lane 9, Emmanuel from Vision. Lane 10, Samuel, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Shiki from Swimming Unattached. And in lane 12, Isaac from Southgate. Right at the 100 here, we have Akins in lane 7 from Rose Bowl. Sorry, that wasn't 100. I believe that was the 150. All right, coming in under the flags here. That's Aiken from Rose Bowl, your unofficial heat winner. Heat 2. In the water is our second of 5 heats in lane 1. We have Owen from Spartan. Lane 2, Krish, Blast. Lane 3, Mark, Royal. Lane 4, Mia, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Sakura, Swim Torrance. Lane 6, Nathan, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Allison, Swim Torrance. Lane 8, Coco, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Yuning, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Evan, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Marjan, BCA. And in lane 12, Marjan's teammate, Maddie from BCA. All right, at the 100. That's lane 6, Nathan from Rose Bowl. Your unofficial heat winner, that's lane 6, Nathan from Rose Bowl. Heat 3. In the water, we have Heat 3, Lane 1, Sophia, Team Swim, LA. Lane 2, Kana, BCA. Lane 3, Nika, BCA. Lane 4, Brendan, H2O. Lane 5, Dimitri, Royal. Lane 6, Avi, BCA. Lane 8, Elva, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Claire, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Maya, BCA. Lane 11, Natalia, BCA. And in lane 12, Margot from H2O. All right, we finally have a really close race here spread across the pool here in lane 3. That's Nika from BCA, but she's got some competition out there in lane 8. Again, that's Elva from Rose Bowl. And lane 9, Claire from Rose Bowl. But out there in lane 12 from H2O, that's Margot, who as of right now under the flags has just a hand's length lead over the field. Wow, lane 8 and lane 12 flipping almost as a dead heat to defeat. Elva's got a little bit of an advantage right now. She can see Margot out there in lane 12. Margot's looking at the bulkhead, but here we go. Coming home. Margot turning on the afterburners out there under the flags. Outside smoke, lane 12, your unofficial heat winner, Margot. Heat 4. All right, in the water. Heat 4. All right. Not sure I have the correct heats, so I'm not going to be able to announce everybody's name here. In lane 2, we have Rockwell from BCA. Lane 3, Brady, BCA. Lane 4, Kelly, Swim Torrance. Lane 5, Ella, BCA. Lane 6, Mateo, TC Falcons. In lane 7, Liam, BCA. In lane 8, Bella, Southgate. In lane 9, Elizabeth from Team Santa Monica. In lane 10, Ireland, Bay Club. In lane 11, Sana, Swim Torrance. All right. We have a pretty great race here between my unidentified Swim Torrance swimmer and out there in lane 10. That was very too close to call between lane 1 and lane 10. Nice swim, you two. Heat 5. All right, in the water is our 5th and final heat of event 32, the mixed 5 to 10, 200-yard freestyle. In lane 5, Ella, BCA. In lane 6, Evan, Swim Torrance. And in lane 6, Evan from Swim Torrance. And in lane 7, Aiden from BCA. All right, coming up next, we have one heat of event 33. That is the mixed 11-12 200-yard butterfly. All right, at the 100 here, that's lane 6, Evan from Swim Torrance. All right, your unofficial heat winner in lane 6, Evan from Swim Torrance. Heat 1. All right, in the water, event 33, the mixed 11 to 12, 200-yard butterfly, 8 lengths of the pool. In lane 3, Nate Chang, BCA. Lane 4, Vianney, Swim Torrance. Lane 5, Katalea, BCA. Lane 6, Abigail, Southgate. Lane 7, Keita, Swim Torrance. Lane 8, Nina, BCA. And in lane 9, Alicia, BCA. Not that you would be surprised to hear, but the 200-yard butterfly is a brutal event. At the 100, that is BCA's Nate going out in a 103.9. That's very fast. All right, at the 150. Bring it home, Nate. Bring them all home, ladies and gentlemen. These kids are demonstrating a lot of internal fortitude today. This is about where the arms feel like you can't get them over the water anymore. But you really don't have a choice. All right, Nate. Coming home strong. But out there in lane 7 is Keita also putting together a fantastic second half of the swim. Finishing long. That's Nate in lane 3, your unofficial heat winner from BCA. But great swim out there in lane 7 as well, Keita. Great job, lane 6. Great job, guys. Nice swim. Heat 1. Right in the water, we have our first of 5 heats of event 34, the mix, 5'10", 100-yard backstroke. Timers, please. Yes, timers, please pull the platforms out of the water if your swimmer used them. In lane 1, we have Graham, Spartan. Lane 2, William, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Wilson, Swim Torrance. Lane 4, Connor, Spartan. Lane 6, Ayana, Kosaka Swimming Academy. In lane 7, Lauren, Spartans. In lane 8, Evie, Spartans. In lane 11, Claire, Rose Bowl. And in lane 12, Ethan, Swim Torrance. All right, over here in under the flags, that looks like it's lane 7, Lauren from Spartans. Great finish. Nice swim.
Okay.
Heat 2.
Yeah.
Oh, I think how many? I imagine. That was like.
All right, in the water, we have our second of 5 heats. In lane 2, Devin, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Kira, BCA. Lane 4, Owen, Spartan. Lane 5, Isabella, Vision. Lane 6, Cheeky, Swimming Unattached. Lane 7, Danilo, Blast. Lane 8, Jaden, Southgate. Lane 9, Philippe, Blast. Lane 10, Nathan, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Elba, Rose Bowl. And in lane 12, Maxime, Royal. Okay, at the 50, that looks like it's lane 6, Sheekley, Swimming Unattached. And lane 5, though, that's Isabella with a great turnover. Keeping it up on the 75. Can she reel in on this last 25? All right, your unofficial heat winner. That's Shiki. Heat 3.
Okay.
All right, in the water is our third of 5 heats. Lane 1, Camila, Southgate. Lane 2, Frederick, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Vitalina, Spartans. Lane 4, Jeffrey, Swim Torrance. Lane 5, Hugo, Swim Torrance. Lane 6, Emma, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Georgia, BCA. Lane 8, Titus, Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Ezio, BCA. Lane 10, Sana, Swim Torrance. Lane 11, Jolene, Bay Club. And in lane 12, Brian, Rose Bowl. All right, we have a good race here in lane 6 and 7. Emma and Georgia. Rose Bowl versus BCA. Not to leave out Titus in lane 8. Wow, flipping in unison. All right, they can see you. Wave them home. Wow, Titus with a great, smooth, strong stroke and a great finish out there in lane 8. That's your unofficial heat winner in lane 8. Titus from Swim Torrance. Heat 4. All right, in the water is our second to last heat of event 34, heat 4. Lane 1, William, Bay Club. Lane 2, Mia, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Mila, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Elizabeth, Team Santa Monica. Lane 5, Ollie, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Emma, Rose Bowl. And in lane 7, Winston, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Warren, Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Shayna, Swim Torrance. Lane 10, Nico, apologies, BCA. Lane 11, Kohana, BCA. And in lane 12, Ella, BCA. All right, flipping at the 50 there is lane 6. That's Emma from Rose Bowl. All right, your unofficial heat winner. That's lane 6, Rose Bowls, Emma. Heat 5. In the water is our fifth and final heat of 34, lane 1, Mike from Spartans, lane 2, Sid, Rose Bowl, lane 3, Alice, Blast, lane 4, Nicholas, Royal, lane 5, Olivia, K-Swim at Griffin Club, lane 6, Junji from Swim Torrance, lane 7, Bianca, Rose Bowl, lane 8, Amelia, Swim Torrance, lane 9, Izzy, Swim Torrance, lane 10, Aaron, Spartans, and lane 11, Isla, Rose Bowl. Right, coming in here in heat 5, lane 3, getting her hand on the wall first. That is Alice from Blast, your unofficial heat winner. Heat 1.
Hey, how's it going? You see, it's a while. I'm see. I got.
In the water, we have the first of 7 heats of event 35, the mix 11-12, 100-yard backstroke. Lane 1, Brandon, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Alex, BCA. Lane 3, Lane, BCA. Lane 4, Max from Blast. Lane 5, Mason, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Nate, BCA. Lane 7, Iris, Swim Torrance. Lane 8, Chillgaz, BCA. Lane 9, Connor, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Alexis, Swim Torrance. Lane 11, Tate, BCA. And in lane 12, Olin, Rose Bowl. All right, at the 75, fresh off his 200 fly, that's Nate. In lane 6, rather. But there's some action all the way across this pool. We got lane 12 even in the hunt. It's a close race. Max is coming in here strong in lane 4. Ooh, too close to call. I think I'm giving it to Nate, but that was a great race, gentlemen. Heat 2.
Oh, Elodie! No races by that. Aaron Field. Why did I buy this? No, no.
In the water, we have heat 2 of 7, lane 1, LED BCA, lane 2, Leo, Rose Bowl, lane 3, Ina, Rose Bowl, lane 4, Rion, Spartan, lane 5, Audrey, Swim Torrance, lane 6, Penny, Rose Bowl, lane 7, Selena, Rose Bowl, lane 8, Alex, BCA, lane 9, Tyson, BCA, lane 10, Chloe, Swim Torrance, lane 11, Chloe, Blast, and in lane 12, Sebastian from Southgate. All right, in the middle of the pool at the 50, that would be lane 6, Penny from Rose Bowl. Penny might want to watch out there for lane 9, though. That's Tyson under the flags. Looks like Penny's going to be able to hold on. Your unofficial heat winner is lane 6, Penny from Rose Bowl. Heat 3.
And Aim and I with a patient. Like you called to be.
All right, here we go. Heat 3 of 7, lane 1, Luca, BCA. Lane 2, Toma, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Sebastian, Team Santa Monica. Lane 4, Leela, Bay Club. Lane 5, Alicia, BCA. Lane 6, Yuli, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Kate, Spartans. Lane 8, Leo, Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Quinn, Swim Torrance. Lane 10, Kylie, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Aiden, Rose Bowl. And in lane 12, we have Addison, Bay Club. All right. Starting off strong here is lane 3. That's Team Santa Monica, Sebastian. Looking very smooth and in control here. All right, Sebastian, your unofficial heat winner in lane 3. Heat 4. In the water is Heat 4, lane 1, Brooklyn, BCA, lane 2, Sydney, Team Santa Monica, lane 3, Mackenzie, BCA, lane 4, Liza, Rose Bowl, lane 5, Amira, Swim Torrance, lane 6, Olivia, BCA, lane 7, Ben, Swim Torrance, lane 8, Hannah, Spartan, lane 9, Mare, BCA, lane 10, Jihad, Blast, lane 11, Marius, BCA, and in lane 12, Alina, Rose Bowl. Looks like our heat leader is out there in lane 10. That would be Jaya from Blast. Their unofficial heat winner, that's lane 10, Jaya Blast. Heat 5. All right, in the water, we have heat 5 of 7, lane 1, Claire, Rose Bowl, lane 2, Angelo, BCA, lane 3, Caden, Team Santa Monica, lane 4, L, Team Swim Los Angeles, lane 5, Liam, Team Santa Monica, lane 6, Levi, Rose Bowl, lane 7, Mikhail from Kosaka Swimming Academy, lane 8, Harper, Rose Bowl, lane 9, Luke, Bay Club, lane 10, Quinn, BCA, lane 11, Katarina from Kosaka Swimming Academy, and in lane 12, Mario, Royal. All right, at the 75, that's Team Santa Monica's Liam. All right, your unofficial heat winner, lane 5, Liam, Team Santa Monica. Heat 6. And the water is the penultimate heat of event 35. It's heat 6 of 7. We have a full field here. Lane 1, Dean, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Blake, Royal. Lane 3, Kira, Royal. Lane 4, Kylie, Swim Torrance. Lane 5, Zachary, BCA. Lane 6, Dax, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Quinn, Team Santa Monica. Lane 8, Mateo, Southgate. Lane 9, Josie, Royal. Lane 10, Kylea, BCA. Lane 11, Arabella, Westside. And in lane 12, Eleanor from Team Santa Monica. At the 50, that's Kylea from BCA. Bringing it home under the flags. Lane 10, Kylea, BCA, your unofficial heat winner. Heat 7. In the water is the 7th and final heat in lane 5, Avery Bay Club. Lane 6, Sarah Spartans. And lane 7, Lucas, Team Santa Monica. All right. Right now, that's lane 6 coming under the flags. Your unofficial heat winner, Sarah from Spartans. Heat 1. In the water, we have our first of 14 heats of event 36. This is the mix 5'10", 50-yard fly. Lane 1, Frida Southgate. Lane 2, Evan Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Catherine Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Coco Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Connor Spartans. Lane 6, Aiken Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Aiden Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Kian Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Victoria Blast. Lane 11, Margot H2O. And in lane 12, Karen Swim Torrance. All right, your unofficial heat winner, that's lane 6. Heat 2. All right, in the waters, Heat 2 of 14, Lane 1, Violet, Swim Torrance, Lane 2, William Rose Bowl, Lane 3, Yaretzi, Southgate, Lane 4, Philippe Blast, Lane 5, Celine Rose Bowl, Lane 6, Chris Blast, Lane 7, Alinea, BCA, Lane 8, Ezio, BCA, Lane 9, Danilo Blast, Lane 10, Esther Blast, Lane 11, Jolene, Bay Club, and in Lane 12, Sophia, Team Swim LA. Your unofficial heat winner, Lane 7. Heat 3.
Go, Digit!
All right, in the water, we have Heat 3, Lane 1, Deacon, Team Santa Monica. Lane 2, Avi, BCA. Lane 3, Angela, Team Santa Monica. Lane 4, Arvin, Royal. Lane 5, Devin, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Maya, BCA. Lane 7, Jeffrey, Swim Torrance. Lane 8, Nika, BCA. Lane 9, Emma, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Aria, BCA. Lane 11, Heidi, Rose Bowl. Lane 12, Krisha, Swim Torrance. Your unofficial heat winner, Lane 6. All right, in the water is Heat 4, Lane 1, Dimitri Royal, Lane 2, Lydia, Beach Cities, Lane 3, Nolan, Team Santa Monica, Lane 4, Evan, Swim Torrance, Lane 5, Matthew, Southgate, Lane 6, Michael, Blast, Lane 7, Kira, BCA, Lane 8, Marjan, BCA, Lane 9, Reese, Team Santa Monica, Lane 10, Piper, Team Santa Monica, Lane 11, that's Maddie from BCA, and in Lane 12, Gracie, Swim Torrance. All right, coming in Lane 7, your unofficial heat winner. Heat 5.
Go, Pumpkin!
Go, Brendan, race! In the water is Heat 5 and 14, Lane 1, Brendan, H2O, Lane 2, Kana, BCA, Lane 3, Ellie, Blast, Lane 4, Eliana, Rose Bowl, Lane 5, Natalia, BCA, Lane 6, Rush, BCA, Lane 7, Alice, Blast, Lane 8, Edgar, Rose Bowl, Lane Vivian, Royal, 10, Ella, Spartans, Lane 11, Emma, Spartans, and in Lane 12, Austin, Spartans. Your unofficial heat winner is down here in Lane 1, Brendan from H2O. Heat 6. Done. In the water, it's Heat 6, Lane 1, Emma, Rose Bowl, Lane 2, Izzy, Swim Torrance, Lane 3, Lily, PV, Lane 4, Simify, Kosaka Swimming Academy, Lane 5, Nessa, BCA, Lane 6, Oya, Team Santa Monica, Lane 7, Bianca, Rose Bowl, Lane 8, Mia, Rose Bowl, Lane 9, Ella, Blast, Lane 10, Akari, Swim Torrance, Lane 11, Rockwell, BCA, and in Lane 12, Fiona, BCA. Your unofficial heat winner, Lane 3. Heat 7.
Go, Kelly! Let's go, Kelly! I'm right here.
In the water is our halfway point. Heat 7 of 14. Lane 1, Sophie, H2O. Lane 2, Kelly, Swim Torrance. Lane 3, Mavie, Blast. Lane 4, Samantha, TC Falcons. Lane 5, Kohana, BCA. Lane 6, Tannen, Swim Torrance. Lane 7, Delaney, PV. Lane 8, Alice, Team Santa Monica. Lane 9, Milo, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Mateo, TC Falcon. Lane 11, Violetta, Swim Torrance. And in lane 12, Sid, Rose Bowl. Your unofficial heat winner, lane 10. Heat 8. All right, in the water, heat 8, lane 1, Sawyer, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Mia, Southgate. Lane 3, Allen, Swim Torrance. Lane 4, Antonella, Southgate. Lane 5, Sitlali, Southgate. Lane 6, James, Swim Torrance. Lane 7, Nicole, Blast. Lane 8, Waylon, PCA. Lane 9, Brady, PCA. Lane 10, Malcolm, Swim Torrance. Lane 11, Aiden, BCA. And in lane 12, Marley, Swim Torrance. Your unofficial heat winner, lane 2. Heat 9. All right, in the waters, heat 9 of 14, lane 1, Alexander Royal, lane 2, Arlo, BCA, lane 3, Addie, BCA, lane 4, Ophelia, BCA, lane 5, Hazel, Southgate, lane 6, Logan, Rose Bowl, lane 7, Grace, Blast, lane 8, Benton, Swim Torrance, lane 9, Silvio, BCA, lane 10, Kaya, Rose Bowl, lane 11, Madeline, Linwood, and in lane 12, Abby, Swim Torrance. Your unofficial heat winner, lane 8. Heat 10. All right, in the water is heat 10 of 14, lane 1, Jay, Southgate, lane 2, Keon, Rose Bowl, lane 3, Birdie, Rose Bowl, lane 4, Makar, BCA, lane 5, Caroline, BCA, lane 6, Ollie, Rose Bowl, lane 7, Warren, Swim Torrance, lane 8, Hikari, H2O, lane 9, Maya, Bay Club, lane 10, Eva, Team Santa Monica, lane 11, Everett, Swim Torrance, and in lane 12, Quinn, Swim Torrance. Your unofficial heat winner is lane 6. Heat 11. Right in the water, we have heat 11 of 14, lane 1, Liam, Rose Bowl, lane 2, Lenny, Rose Bowl, lane 3, Valeria, Southgate, lane 4, Mia, Southgate, lane 5, Gabriel, Rose Bowl, lane 6, Whitley, Swim Torrance, lane 7, Dial, Rose Bowl, lane 8, Manu, BCA, lane 9, Roman, Rose Bowl, lane 10, Julian, Team Santa Monica, lane 11, Anya, Swim Torrance, and in lane 12, Zohair, Royal.
Your unofficial heat winner, lane 9. Heat 12. All right, in the water. Heat 12, lane 1. Tomoko, Team Santa Monica. Lane 2, Summer Blast. Lane 3, Anthony, BCA. Lane 4, Cali, Bay Club. Lane 5, Lori, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Allison, Southgate. Lane 7, Olivia, Blast. Lane 8, Emily, BCA. Lane 9, Anna, Blast. Lane 10, Isla, Swim Torrance. Lane 11, Ernesto, Southgate. And in lane 12, Evan, Team Santa Monica. Your unofficial heat winner down here in lane 1, that's Tomoko from Team Santa Monica. Swimming that way. All right, we're almost there. Heat 13 of 14. In lane 1, Isla, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Max, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Billy, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, David, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Abe, BCA. Lane 6, Owen, Swim Torrance. Lane 7, Logan, BCA. Lane 8, Wyatt, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Callahan, Bay Club. Lane 10, West, Swim Torrance. Lane 11, Mona, Royal. Lane 12, Hugo, PV. Your unofficial heat winner, lane 7. Heat 14. All right, in the water is Heat 14. There's a lot of late ads here, and I'm sorry that I won't get everybody's name, but Heat 14, lane 5 is Enrique Southgate. Lane 6, Athena Linwood. Lane 7, Vasilisa Team Santa Monica. And in lane 8, Sophie Linwood. Your unofficial Heat winner, that is lane 7. Heat 1. In the water is Heat 1 of 12 of event 37. The mix 11, 12, 50 fly. Lane 1, Yvain, Swim Torrance. Lane 2, Alex, PCA. Lane 3, Henry, Blast. Lane 4, Iris, Swim Torrance. Lane 5, Palma, Swim Torrance. Lane 6, Olin, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Sierra, TC Falcons. Lane 8, Alexis, Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Brandon, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Abigail, Southgate. Lane 11, Keita, Swim Torrance. And in lane 12, Chilgaz, PCA. Heat 2. All right, in the waters, Heat 2 of 12, lane 1, Marjorie, Southgate, lane 2, Dylan, BCA, lane 3, Aiden, Rose Bowl, lane 4, Owen, Rose Bowl, lane 5, Mariah, Southgate, lane 6, Sailor, Swim Torrance, lane 7, Vianney, Swim Torrance, lane 8, Nicholas, Rose Bowl, lane 9, Windsor, Swim Torrance, lane 10, Jaden, Bay Club, lane 11, Kendra, Southgate, and in lane 12, Elodie, BCA. Heat 3. All right, in the water, we have Heat 3, lane 1, Sebastian, Team Santa Monica, lane 2, Allen, unattached, lane 3, Lucy, BCA, lane 4, Sebastian, Vision, lane 5, Camila, H2O, lane 6, Chloe, Swim Torrance, lane 7, L, Team Swim, LA, lane 8, Max, Blast, lane 9, Kate, Rose Bowl, lane 10, Sydney, Team Santa Monica, lane 11, Addison, Bay Club, and in lane 12, Lena, BCA. Heat 4. In the water is Heat 4, Lane 1, Sean, Spartan, Lane 2, Andy, BCA, Lane 3, Sebastian, Rose Bowl, Lane 4, Amira, Swim Torrance, Lane 5, Leo, Swim Torrance, Lane 6, Alex, Swim Torrance, Lane 7, Ben, Swim Torrance, Lane 8, Thomas, Blast, Lane 9, Dewey, Blast, Lane 10, Brooklyn, BCA, Lane 11, Tiffany, Rose Bowl, and in Lane 12, Sierra, Swim Torrance. Heat 5. All right, in the water is Heat 5, Lane 1, Elizabeth, Spartan, Lane 2, Gemma, BCA, Lane 3, Alexia, Linwood, Lane 4, Caleb, BCA, Lane 5, Stella, Royal, Lane 6, Anya, Rose Bowl, Lane 7, Maya, H2O, Lane 8, Kylie, Swim Torrance, Lane 9, Chloe, West Side, Lane 10, Lucy, BCA, Lane 11, Alvin, PV, and Lane 12, Zachary, BCA. Heat 6. All right, in the water is Heat 6. In Lane 1, Adam from H2O. Lane 2, Levi, Bay Club. Lane 3, Seamus, H2O. Lane 4, Alice, Bay Club. Lane 5, Taylor, BCA. Lane 6, Vivian, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Hattie, BCA. Lane 8, Gianna, Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Leela, Bay Club. Lane 10, Mario, Royal. Lane 11, Camila, Linwood. And Lane 12, Josie, Royal.
No.
John, can you please report to the admin desk?
I'm gonna let you crush right there down. Come here.
John, if you're here, if you can please respond to the admin tent, please, John. All right, we are so back. Let's hear it for John. All right. In the water is heat 7 of 12. Lane 1, Andrew Royal. Lane 2, Ethan Swim Torrance. Lane 3, Peyton Swim Torrance. Lane 4, Rokia Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Manuela Team Santa Monica. Lane 6, Caitlin BCA. Lane 7, Rory BCA. Lane 8, Zoe BCA. Lane 9, Alexandra Royal. Lane 10, Lola BCA. Lane 11, Mia BCA. And in lane 12, Mako Swim Torrance. Unofficial heat winner, lane 8. Heat 8. In the water, we have Heat 8, Lane 1, Emma Swim Torrance. Lane 2, Nate BCA. Lane 3, Eleanor Team Santa Monica. Lane 4, Rhea BCA. Lane 5, Avery Bay Club. Lane 6, Alessandra Swim Torrance. Lane 7, Torrin BCA. Lane 8, Brandon BCA. Lane 9, Grace Team Santa Monica. Lane 10, Ryan Swim Torrance. Lane 11, Leo Spartans. And in lane 12, Sienna BCA. Heat 9. In the water is Heat 9 of 12, Lane 1, Eva Bay Club. Lane 2, Cormac Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Finn BCA. Lane 4, Arya Royal. Lane 5, Julian Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Kyle Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Maximus BCA. Lane 8, Izzy Bay Club. Lane 9, Emily BCA. Lane 10, Luz Team Santa Monica. Lane 11, Hannah Team Santa Monica. And in lane 12, we have Matthew Rose Bowl. Go, Emma! Heat 9. Sorry, Heat 10. Sorry, everyone. All right, in the water, we have Heat 10 of 12 in lane 1, Monaco Blast. Lane 2, Abner Southgate. Lane 3, Lisa PV. Lane 4, Clara PV. Lane 5, Kara BCA. Lane 6, Smith Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Sam Swim Torrance. Lane 8, Jasmine Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Jayun Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Samantha Southgate. Lane 11, Kirk PV. And in lane 12, Luke Swim Torrance. Heat 11. Right in the water is Heat 11. In lane 1, we have Remy from H2O. Lane 2, Vivian Blast. Lane 3, LaShawn PV. Lane 4, Lucas Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Mason BCA. Lane 6, Cameron Team Santa Monica. Lane 7, Credence, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Amrita, BCA. Lane 9, Jan, Swim Torrance. Lane 10, Sammy, BCA. Lane 11, Emily, PV, Sammy. My fault. Lane 11, Emily, PV. And in lane 12, Tula, Blast. Heat 12. In the water is the 12th and final heat of event 37, lane 2, Finn, Team Santa Monica, lane 3, Gita, Blast, lane 4, Allen, Southgate, lane 5, Ellie, Rose Bowl, lane 6, Tesla, Rose Bowl, lane 7, Van, Blast, lane 8, Jacob, Bay Club, lane 9, Thomas, Bay Club, lane 10, Jewel, Rose Bowl, and in lane 11, we have Sloan from Blast. Next up, we have event 38. It's the mixed 5, 2, 10, 100-yard breaststroke. 5 heats of this event. Heat 1. Event 38, the mixed 5 to 10 100-yard breaststroke. Heat 1 of 5, lane 1, Evan. Swim Torrance, lane 2, Devin, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Emmanuel, Vision. Lane 4, Connor, Spartans. Lane 5, Wilson, Swim Torrance. Lane 6, Marcus, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Ernest, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Mia, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Samuel, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Shayna, Swim Torrance. Lane 11, Alinea, BCA, and in lane 12, Catherine from Roseboro. All right. Ernest and Marcus are having a bragging rights race here in the middle of the pool for Rose Bowl. Very closely matched. Who wants it more? Under the flags, it's very close. Back and forth. Too close to call for Mr. Announcer. Heat 2. All right, in the waters, Heat 205, Lane 1, Angela, Team Santa Monica, Lane 2, Sakura, Swim Torrance, Lane 3, Ethan, Swim Torrance, Lane 4, Celine, Rose Bowl, Lane 5, Krisha, Swim Torrance, Lane 6, Aaron, Spartans, Lane 7, Violet, Swim Torrance, Lane 8, Mark, Royal, Lane 9, Graham, Spartans, Lane 10, Isaac, Southgate, Lane 11, Ella, BCA, and in Lane 12, Bella, Southgate. All right. Heat 2 is a great race all across the field. Very evenly matched group of breaststrokers here. Lane 7 and 9 turning in almost a dead heat. Coming under the flags. Looks like Graham in lane 9 has just a little bit of a lead. But my goodness. Yes, that's Graham in lane 9, your unofficial heat winner. But great race. Heat 3. The water is Heat 3 of 5, lane 1, Waylon, BCA, lane 2, Junji, Swim Torrance, lane 3, Anna, Blast, lane 4, Nika, BCA, lane 5, Arvin, Royal, lane 6, Allison, Swim Torrance, lane 8, Titus, Swim Torrance, lane 9, Abby, Swim Torrance, lane 10, Georgia, BCA, lane 11, Benton, Swim Torrance, and in lane 12, Frederick, Rose Bowl.
Go, Wayne, go! Faster! Come on, Waylon!
At the 50, lane 6, Swim Torrance, flexing her home pool advantage. That's Allison Chen.
All right, everyone's gone. Let's go, Wayne! Faster, faster! Come on, Wayne! Go, 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 go!
Your unofficial heat winner in lane 6, Allison from Swim Torrance. Heat 4. All right, in the water is Heat 4. Lane 1, Logan, BCA. Lane 2, Mila, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Liam, BCA. Lane 4, Lydia, BCA. Lane 5, Calvin, BCA. Lane 6, Ophelia, BCA. Lane 7, Vivian Royal. Lane 8, Eleanor Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Akari Swim Torrance. Lane 10, Leela, Team Santa Monica. Lane 11, Deacon, Team Santa Monica. And in lane 12, Amelia, Swim Torrance. All right, under the flags. That's Vivian. Lane 7. Wow, but coming on strong down here in lane 2. Hard to tell who the heat winner was. Heat 5. In the water, we have our 5th and final heat of this event, event 38. Lane 1, Ella Blast. Lane 2, Ellie Blast. Lane 3, Nicholas Royal. Lane 4, Caroline BCA. Lane 5, Arlo BCA. Lane 6, Nico BCA. Lane 7, Brian Roseball. Lane 8, Marley Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Maxim Royal. Lane 10, Fiona BCA. And in lane 11, Reese, Team Santa Monica. All right. Your heat leaders are all on the outside. We've got lane 2, Ellie from Blast, joined closely by her teammate Ella. And then all the way out there in lane 11, Reese from Team Santa Monica. Wow, coming under the flags here, it's lane 2 and lane 11. But just at the end, lane 2 gets her hand on the wall. That's your unofficial heat winner, Ellie from Blast. Heat 1.
I know, what's your feet?
In the waters, the first of 6 heats of event 39, the mixed 11, 1200 yard breaststroke. In lane 1, we have Kevin from Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Aiden from Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Bodon from the Kosaka Swimming Academy. Lane 4, Chloe Blast. Lane 5, Nicholas Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Jacob Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Kim Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Claire Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Kendra Southgate. Lane 11, we have Jun Yu from Rose Bowl. And in lane 12, Penny Rose Bowl. Wow, lane 6, that's Jacob from Rose Bowl. Swimming with a much different gear.
Go, 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 go!
Jacob, your unofficial heat winner in lane 6. Pizza is here, $3 a slice. Heat 2. All right, in the water is Heat 2, Lane 1, Allen, swimming unattached. Lane 2, Jay, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Jaya, Blast. Lane 4, Leela, Blast. Lane 5, Kate, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Yuli, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Connor, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Madison, Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Sebastian, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Sean, Spartans. Lane 11, Vivian, Rose Bowl. And in lane 12, we have Toma, Rose Bowl. Right under the flags here. Connor and Yuli. All right, your unofficial heat winner, lane 6, Yuli, Rose Bowl. Heat 3. In the water is Heat 3, lane 1, Mikhail, Kosaka Swimming Academy. Lane 2, Leela, Bay Club. Lane 3, Kate, Spartans. Lane 4, Owen, BCA. Lane 5, Sebastian, Vision. Lane 6, Sailor, Swim Torrance. Lane 7, Chloe, Swim Torrance. Lane 8, Nina, BCA. Lane 9, Mason, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Sarah, Spartans. Lane 11, Mare, BCA. And in lane 12, Claire, Rose Bowl. Once again, head on over to the snack bar if you want some pizza. $3 a slice at the snack bar. Pizza is here. Turning first at the 50, that's lane 6, Sailor from Swim Torrance. But coming on here in lane 8, that's Nina from BCA. That is the race at the moment. Lane 6 and 8. Can Nina reel her in? Coming under the flags. It's like Sailor has just enough left to claim the victory in lane 6. Your unofficial heat winner, that's Sailor. Heat 4. All right, in the water is Heat 4 of 6. Lane 1, Tiffany, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Rokia, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Dax, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Angelo, BCA. Lane 5, Mackenzie, BCA. Lane 6, Audrey, Swim Torrance. Lane 7, Elizabeth, Spartans. Lane 8, Anya, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Matthew, Linwood. Lane 10, Harper, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Lucy. BCA, and in lane 12, Kenna, BCA. Wire to wire. That's lane 6. Audrey from Swim Torrance, your unofficial heat winner. Heat 5. All right, in the water is our 5th of 6 heats of event 39. In lane 1, we have Quinn, Team Santa Monica. Lane 2, Ava Spartans. Lane 3, Andrew Royal. Lane 4, Taylor, BCA. Lane 5, Sophia Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Levi Rose Bowl. Lane 7 is Pippa, BCA. Lane 8, Olivia, BCA. Lane 9, Peyton, Swim Torrance. Lane 10, Dean, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Kylie, Rose Bowl. And in lane 12, Sebastian, Team Santa Monica. $75. That's Sophia from Rose Bowl. It would appear she has this under control, but wait a second. Look out there in lane 12. That's Sebastian making a late push. But ultimately, Sophia wins the day. Heat 6.
No, no. See, not the better down. Right, if I'm from Mama, thank you.
All right, in the water is our 6th and final heat of the 11-12 100-yard breaststroke. Lane 1, Edison, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Ksenia, BCA. In lane 3, Monaco, Blast. Lane 4, Alex, BCA. Lane 5, Quinn, BCA. Lane 6, Alex, Team Santa Monica. Lane 7, Hannah, Team Santa Monica. Lane 8, Lena, BCA. Lane 9, Tommy,
Spartans, and in lane 10, Leon, Team Santa Monica. Next up, event 40, 17 heats of the 50 freestyle mixed 5 to 10. All right, your unofficial heat winner, lane 1, Edison, Rose Bowl. Heat 1. All right, in the water, you have heat 1 of 17. Lane 1, Kian, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Kira, BCA. Lane 3, Isaac, Southgate. Lane 4, Evie, Spartans. Lane 5, Ernest, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Marcus, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Cheeky, Unattached. Lane 8, Wilson, Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Samuel, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Victoria, Blast. Lane 11, Alinea, BCA. And in lane 12, Frida from Southgate.
Go, Marco!
Heat 2.
Race!
All right, in the water, it's heat 2, lane 1, Brendan, H2O, lane 2, Allison, Swim Torrance, lane 3, Celine, Rose Bowl, lane 4, Coco, Rose Bowl, lane 5, Krish, Blast, lane 6, Union, Rose Bowl, lane 7, Alyssa, BCA, lane 8, Philippe, Blast, lane 9, Margot, H2O, lane 10, Mark, Royal, lane 11, Danilo, Blast, and in lane 12, Claire, Rose Bowl. Heat 3. All right, in the water is heat 3, Camila, Southgate, lane 1, lane 2, Titus, Swim Torrance, lane 3, Esther, Blast, lane 4, Ella, Beach Cities, lane 5, Heidi, Rose Bowl, lane 6, Karen, Swim Torrance, lane 7, Aaron, Spartans, lane 8, Isabella, Vision, lane 9, Ethan, Swim Torrance, lane 10, Edgar, Rose Bowl, lane 11, Ireland, Bay Club, and in lane 12, Natalia from BCA. Heat 4. Right in the water, we have Heat 4. Lane 1, Jaden Southgate. Lane 2, Jolene Bay Club. Lane 3, Sakura Swim Torrance. Lane 4, Violet Swim Torrance. Lane 5, Mateo TC Falcons. Lane 6, Mio Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Ella Blast. Lane 8, Shayna Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Uretzi Southgate. Lane 10, Marjan BCA. Lane 11, Matthew Southgate. And in lane 12, Dimitri Royal. In the water, we have Heat 5 of 17. Lane 1, Alice Blast. Lane 2, Jeffrey Swim Torrance. Lane 3, Michael Blast. Lane 4, Vivian Royal. Lane 5, Hugo Swim Torrance. Lane 6, Angela, Team Santa Monica. Lane 7, Arvin Royal. Lane 9, Sophia, Team Swim LA. Lane 10, Maddie, BCA. Lane 11, Vitalina, Spartans. And in lane 12, we have Maxine from Royal. Heat 6. Right in the water, we have Heat 6, Lane 1, Leela, Team Santa Monica. Lane 2, Allen, Swim Torrance. Lane 3, Mia, Southgate. Lane 4, Kohana, BCA. Lane 5, Emma, Spartans. Lane 6, Lydia, BCA. Lane 7, Mike, Spartans. Lane 8, Ellie, Blast. Lane 9, Krisha, Swim Torrance. Lane 10, Sana, Swim Torrance. Lane 11, William, Bay Club. And in lane 12, we have Junji, Swim Torrance. Heat 7.
Go easy.
All right, in the water is Heat 7. An exciting start to this heat. All right, lane 1, we have Nessa, BCA. Lane 2, Elizabeth, Team Santa Monica. Lane 3, Vicky, Spartans. Lane 4, Piper, Team Santa Monica. Lane 5, Deacon, Team Santa Monica. Lane 6, Oleana, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Hazel, Southgate. Lane 8, Warren, Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Anthony, BCA. Lane 10, Aria, BCA. Lane 11, Anna Blast. And in lane 12, Winston from Roseville. Heat 8. All right, in the water is Heat 8, lane 1, Madeline Linwood, lane 2, Callie Bay Club, lane 3, Eleanor Rose Bowl, lane 4, James Swim Torrance, lane 5, Antonella Southgate, lane 6, Izzy Swim Torrance, lane 7, Ella Spartans, lane 8, Ollie Rose Bowl, lane 9, Addie BCA, lane 10, Gracie Swim Torrance, Lane 11, Amelia, Swim Torrance, and in lane 12, Sit Lolly, Southgate.
¡Vamos, dale!
Come on.
¡Dale, dale!
Heat 9.
Come on, Hugo.
In the water is Heat 9, Lane 1, Hugo, PV, Lane 2, Bianca, Rose Bowl, Lane 3, Simafe, Kosaka Swimming Academy, Lane 4, Ayana, Kosaka Swimming Academy, Lane 5, Kelly Swim Torrance, Lane 6, Malcolm Swim Torrance, Lane 7, Maya Bay Club, Lane 8, Marley Swim Torrance, Lane 9, Caroline BCA, Lane 10, Lily PV, Lane 11, Simone H2O, and in Lane 12, Sylvia BCA. Heat 10. All right, in the water is Heat 10 of 17, Lane 1, Calvin, BCA, Lane 2, Sophie, H2O, Lane 3, Abe, BCA, Lane 4, Arson, Kosaka Swimming Academy, Lane 5, Sawyer, Rose Bowl, Lane 6, Rush, BCA, Lane 7, Austin, Spartans, Lane 8, Tenyon, Swim Torrance, Lane 9, Nolan, Team Santa Monica, Lane 10, Violetta, Swim Torrance, Lane 11, Abby, Swim Torrance, and in Lane 12, Oya, Team Santa Monica. Heat 11. Right in the waters, Heat 11, Lane 1, Logan, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Alice, Team Santa Monica. Lane 3, Alex Bay Club. Lane 4, Akari, Swim Torrance. Lane 5, Mark, Kosaka, Swimming Academy. Lane 6, Nicole, Blast Sharks. Lane 7, Kaya, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Grace, Blast. Lane 10, Sid, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, David, Rose Bowl. And in lane 12, Alexander from Royal. Heat 12. All right. Heat 12. Lane 1, Zohair, Royal. Lane 2, Manu, BCA. Lane 3, Amelie, BCA. Lane 4, Benton, Swim Torrance. Lane 5, Hikari, H2O. Lane 6, Callahan, Bay Club. Lane 7, Samantha, TC Falcon. Lane 8, Maybe, Blast. Lane 9, Dill, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Nicholas, Royal. Lane 11, Birdie, Rose Bowl. And in lane 12, Whitley, Swim Torrance. Heat 13. Right in the water is Heat 13. Lane 1, Eva, Team Santa Monica. Lane 2, Kevin Bay Club. Lane 3, Lev, Kosaka Swimming Academy. Lane 4, Gabriel, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Jay, Southgate. Lane 6, Sophie, Linwood Marlins. Lane 7, Lola, Blast. Lane 8, Everett, Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Mona, Royal. Lane 10, Olivia, Blast. Lane 11, Olivia, Bay Club. And in lane 12, Leon from Royal. Heat 14.
I'm gonna go look at the result.
All right, in the water is Heat 14, Lane 1, Athena Linwood. Lane 2, Makar, Beats Cities, Alpha. Lane 3, Enrique, Southgate. Lane 4, Anya, Swim Torrance. Lane 5, Ernesto, Southgate. Lane 6, Valeria, Southgate. Lane 7, Quinn, Swim Torrance. Lane 8, Mia, Southgate. Lane 9, Reed, BCA. Lane 10, Allison, Southgate. Lane 11, Chelsea, Linwood. And in lane 12, Summer, Blast. Heat 15. In the water, Heat 15, lane 1, Max, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Luxon, Team Santa Monica. Lane 3, Liam, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Lenny, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Owen, Swim Torrance. Lane 6, Wyatt, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Sophia, Bay Club. Lane 8, Julian, Team Santa Monica. Lane 9, Keon, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Olivia, K-Swim. Lane 11, Cooper, K-Swim. And in lane 12, Billy, Rose Bowl. Our unofficial heat winner down here in lane 2. Heat 16. All right, in the water is our second to last heat. Heat 16, lane 1, West Swim Torrance. Lane 2, Isla Swim Torrance. Lane 3, Grace K-Swim. Lane 4, Lori Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Julian Swim Torrance. Lane 6, Vasilisa Team Santa Monica. Lane 7, Evan Team Santa Monica. Lane 8, Lena K-Swim. Lane 9, Landon K-Swim. Lane 10, William Bay Club. Lane 11, Lucia Bay Club. And in lane 12, Tomoko, Team Santa Monica. Heat 17. In the water is our 17th and final heat of event 40. Lane 5, Cassidy, Bay Club. Lane 6, Roman, Rose Bowl. And in lane 7, James from PV. Next up, we stick with the 50 free, but with the 11 to 12-year-olds, it's event 41. We have 15 heats. Unofficial heat winner, lane 6. Heat 1. In the water is Heat 1, Lane 1. We have Owen from Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Claire from Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Nicholas, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Henry, Blast. Lane 5, Sierra, TC Falcons. Lane 6, Jacob, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Olin, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Chilgaz, BCA. Lane 9, Talma, Swim Torrance. Lane 10, Jaiha, Blast. Lane 11, Aiden, Rose Bowl. And in lane 12, Audrey, Swim Torrance. Heat 2. In the waters, Heat 2 of 15, lane 1, Windsor, Swim Torrance, lane 2, Luca, BCA, lane 3, Emily, Rose Bowl, lane 4, Chloe, Blast, lane 5, Abigail, Southgate, lane 6, Kim, Rose Bowl, lane 7, Leo, Rose Bowl, lane 8, Jaden, Bay Club, lane 9, Alex, BCA, lane 10, Max, Blast, lane 11, Tate, BCA, and in lane 12, we have Evane from Swim Torrance. Heat 3. All right, in the water is Heat 3, lane 1, Dylan, BCA, lane 2, Claudia, West Side, lane 3, Kendra, Southgate, lane 4, Lane, BCA, lane 5, Keita, Swim Torrance, lane 6, Selena's Rose Bowl, lane 7, Mariah, Southgate, lane 8, Sebastian, Southgate, lane 9, Alvin, PV, lane 10, Lucas, Team Santa Monica, lane 11, Quinn, Swim Torrance, and in lane 12, Alex, Swim Torrance. Heat 4. In the water, Heat 4, lane 1, Leo, Swim Torrance, lane 2, Leo, Spartans, lane 3, Liza, Rose Bowl, lane 4, Jay, Rose Bowl, lane 5, Vianney, Swim Torrance, lane 6, Catalea, Beach Cities, Alpha, lane 7, Mason, Rose Bowl, lane 8, Kevin, Rose Bowl, lane 9, Sean, Spartan, lane 10, Amira, Swim Torrance, lane 11, Ben, Swim Torrance, and in lane 12, Marjorie, Southgate. Heat 5. All right, in the water, Heat 5, lane 1, Sophia, Rose Bowl, lane 2, Rion, Spartans, lane 3, Andy, BCA, lane 4, Chloe, Westside, lane 5, Quinn, Team Santa Monica, lane 6, Hannah, Spartans, lane 7, Mare, BCA, lane 8, Emily, Team Santa Monica, lane 9, Stella, Royal, lane 10, Dewey, Blast, lane 11, Sierra, Swim Torrance, and in lane 12, Camila, H2O. Heat 6.
What's that?
All right, in the water is Heat 6 of 15. Lane 1, Zachary, BCA. Lane 2, Lena, BCA. Lane 3, Maximus, BCA. Lane 4, Sebastian, Vision. Lane 6, Arabella, Westside. Lane 7, Gianna, Swim Torrance. Lane 8, Caleb, BCA. Lane 9, Thomas, Blast. Lane 6, Dax, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Leela, Blast. And in lane 12, Maya, H2O. Heat 7. All right, in the water, it's Heat 7 of 15. Lane 1, Camila Linwood. Lane 2, Matthew Linwood. Lane 3, Hattie, BCA. Lane 4, Kylie, Swim Torrance. Lane 5, Alexia Linwood. Lane 6, Harper, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Sarah Spartan. Lane 8, Kira Royal. Lane 9, Brandon, BCA. Lane 10, Finn, BCA. Lane 11, Taylor, BCA. Lane 12, Levi, Rose Bowl.
This color.
Heat 8. Heat 8, lane 1, Rory, BCA. Lane 2, Emma, Spartans. Lane 3, Mateo, Southgate. Lane 4, Marius, BCA. Lane 5, Pippa, BCA. Lane 6, Levy, Bay Club. Lane 7, Kenna, BCA. Lane 8, Kylea, BCA. Lane 9, Luke, Bay Club. Lane 10, Manuela, Team Santa Monica. Lane 11, Colin, Bay Club. And in lane 12, Seamus, H2O. Heat 9. All right, Heat 9, Lane 1, Eva, Bay Club. Lane 2, Nico, Spartan. Lane 3, Adam, H2O. Lane 4, Ryan, Swim Torrance. Lane 5, Katarina, Kosaka Swimming Academy. Lane 6, Henri, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Andrew Royal. Lane 8, Mario Royal. Lane 9, Ria, BCA. Lane 10, Torin, BCA. Lane 11, Mako, Swim Torrance. And in lane 12, Ava, Spartans. Heat 10. In the water, lane 1, Alessandra, Swim Torrance. Lane 2, Peyton, Swim Torrance. Lane 3, Izzy, Bay Club. Lane 4, Ethan, Swim Torrance. Lane 5, Avery, Bay Club. Lane 6, Alina, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Sophia, Team Santa Monica. Lane 8, Sam, Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Alice, Bay Club. Lane 10, Cameron, Team Santa Monica. Lane 11, Eleanor, Team Santa Monica. And in lane 12, Lisa, PV. Heat 11. In the water, heat 11 of 15 of the mix 11-12. 50-yard freestyle. Lane 1, Gita Blast. Lane 2, Kiron BCA. Lane 3, Sienna BCA. Lane 4, Tesnia BCA. Lane 5, Nate BCA. Lane 6, Josie Royal. Lane 7, Mia BCA. Lane 8, Alexandra Royal. Lane 9, Emily BCA. Lane 10, Kyle Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Lola BCA. And in lane 12, Matthew Rose Bowl. Heat 12. In the water, heat 12, lane 1, Emma, Swim Torrance, lane 2, Jayun, Rose Bowl, lane 3, Sammy, PV, lane 4, Abner, Southgate, lane 5, Julian, Rose Bowl, lane 6, Gracie, BCA, lane 7, Cormac, Rose Bowl, lane 8, Grace, Team Santa Monica, lane 9, Aria, Royal, lane 10, Monaco, Blast, lane 11, Kara, BCA, and in lane 12, Smith, Rose Bowl. Heat 13. All right. Heat 13 of 15. Lane 1, Mason, BCA. Lane 2, LaShawn, PV. Lane 3, Blake, Royal. Lane 4, Amrita, BCA. Lane 5, Samantha, Southgate. Lane 6, that's Bryce from Blast. Lane 7, Luke, Swim Torrance. Lane 8, Tula, Blast. Lane 9, Luz, Team Santa Monica. Lane 10, Credence, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Jan, Swim Torrance. And in lane 12, Jacob from Bay Club. Heat 14. All right, in the water is heat 14 of 15. Lane 1, we have Chloe Blast. Lane 2, Sloan Blast. Lane 3, Tesla Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Lucas Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Kirk PV. Lane 7, Jasmine Swim Torrance. Lane 8, Henry Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Vivian Blast. Lane 10, Finn from Team Santa Monica. And in lane 11, Ellie Rose Bowl. And in lane 12, we have Jewel from Rose Bowl. Heat 15. All right. I do not have a full list of this heat, but I'll do my best. Lane 2, we have Clara from PV. Lane 4, Thomas Bay Club. Lane 5, Remy H2O. Lane 6, Alex BCA. Lane 7, Emily PV. And in lane 8, Van Blast. Lane 9 is Allen. All right, next up we have event 42, the mixed 5 to 10 100-yard IM. 10 heats. Heat 1.
All right, Logan!
All right, in the water is heat 1 of the mixed 5 to 10 100-yard IM. In lane 1, Logan BCA. Lane 2, Ezio BCA. Lane 3, Nathan. Lane 4, Evan. Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Aiden Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Lauren Spartans. Lane 7, Aiken Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Frida Southgate. Lane 9, Catherine Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Graham Spartans. Lane 11, Camila Southgate. And in lane 12, we have Owen from Spartans. All right, coming home strong here in lane 6. This is Lauren from Spartans, your unofficial heat winner. Heat 2. All right, in the water we have heat 2 of 10, lane 1. Vitalina from Spartans, lane 2. Reese, Team Santa Monica, lane 3. Yaretsi Southgate, lane 4. Isabella Vision, lane 5. Elva Rose Bowl. Lane 6, we have Georgia BCA. Lane 7, Emma Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Edgar Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Jaden Southgate. Lane 11, Bella Southgate. And in lane 12, Frederick Rose Bowl. At the 50, that's Isabella from Vision.
I feel like when I
Your unofficial heat winner, lane 4, Isabella from Vision. Heat 3. All right, in the waters, Heat 3, Lane 1, Mia, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Nico, BCA. Lane 3, Maya, BCA. Lane 4, Waylon, BCA. Lane 5, Heidi, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, William, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Emma, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Winston, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Piper, Team Santa Monica. Lane 10, Liam, BCA. Lane 11, Aria, BCA. And in lane 12, Leela from Team Santa Monica. I need a coach from Vision to come to the admin tent. Thank you very much. One coach from Vision to the admin tent. Your unofficial heat winner in lane 6, that's William from Rose Bowl. Heat 4. In the water, Heat 4, lane 1, Nessa, BCA. Lane 2, Ella, BCA. Lane 3, Sylvia from BCA. Lane 4, Ella from Spartans. Lane 5, Nolan, Team Santa Monica. Lane 6, Emma, Spartans. Lane 7, Hazel, Southgate. Lane 8, Eliana, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Brady, Beach Cities, Alpha. Lane 10, Sitlali from Southgate. Lane 11, Fiona, BCA. And in lane 12, Eleanor, Rose Bowl. All right. Pretty even heat here across lanes 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Sorry. Could not resist. Hard to tell from where I'm sitting, but at the breaststroke, like it looks like a dead heat between 4 and 8 out there. Coming down to the freestyle. It's what IM is all about. The best all around package you can put together. And it looks like lane 8 of the freestyle leg. That's your unofficial heat winner. Lane 8, Eliana, Rose Bowl. Heat 5. All right, halfway point. Heat 5 of 10. Lane 1, Antonella, Southgate. Lane 2, Calvin, BCA. Lane 3, Alice, Team Santa Monica. Lane 4, Kana, BCA. Lane 5, Vicky, Spartans. Lane 6, Ophelia, BCA. Lane 7, Rockwell, BCA. Lane 8, Arlo, BCA. Lane 9, Aiden, BCA. Lane 10, A, BCA. Lane 11, Sawyer, Rose Bowl. And in lane 12, Oya, Team Santa Monica. All right, at the backstroke, lane 4, that's BCA's Kana. Known to be a strong breaststroker as well, so this bodes well for her chances. As anticipated, with her breaststroke leg maintaining her lead in lane 4, that's Kana from BCA. Your unofficial heat winner, lane 4, Kana from BCA. Heat 6. In the water, heat 6, lane 1, Simone, H2O, lane 2, Dill, Rose Bowl, lane 3, Isla, Rose Bowl, lane 4, William, Bay Club, lane 5, Madeline, Linwood, lane 6, Mia, Southgate, lane 7, Kaya, Rose Bowl, lane 8, Addie, Beach Cities, lane 9, Grace Blast, lane 10, Sophie, H2O, lane 11, Olivia, K-Swim, and in lane 12, we have Eva from Team Santa Monica. Oh, we have a great race here. Lane 4, William from Bay Club taking on Mia from Southgate. Oh, but Mia immediately opened up a gap with a pretty strong breaststroke, it looks like. Yes, indeed. Mia used that breaststroke leg to open up a serious gap on the rest of the field. And her freestyle is looking pretty strong, too. Coming under the flags, your unofficial heat winner, lane 6, Southgate's Mia. Heat 7.
Where is she? Oh, there she is.
All right, in the water, we have heat 7 of 10. In lane 1, Callie, Bay Club. Lane 2, Olivia, Bay Club. Lane 3, Logan, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Alex, Bay Club. Lane 5, Maya, Bay Club. Lane 6, Jay, Southgate. Lane 7, Hakari, H2O. Lane 8, Matthew, Southgate. Lane 9, William, Bay Club. Lane 10, Roman, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Liam, Rose Bowl. And in lane 12, Luxon, Team Santa Monica. All right. Luxon out in lane 12, and Callie here in lane 1, turning in a dead heat. An outside smoke heat with heat 7. They are joined by the middle of the pool in lane 8. That would be Matthew from South.
Push that, push it. Yeah. You're tight. Let's go, you're tight. Good boy. Go.
Okay. That was Matthew taking away the outside smoke. Your unofficial heat winner, Matthew Southgate.
Let's go right now.
Yeah.
Heat 8.
Pal. Yes, yes.
Right in the water, we have heat 8 of 10. Lane 1, Rush. BCA, lane 2, Callahan from Bay Club. Lane 3, Billy, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Anthony from BCA. Lane 5, Wyatt, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Lily, PV. Lane 7, Evan, Team Santa Monica. Lane 8, Vasilisa, Team Santa Monica. Lane 9, Lucia, Bay Club. Lane 10, Gabriel, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Birdie from Rose Bowl. And in lane 12, Hugo, PV. All right. At the 50, that's Team Santa Monica's Vasilisa. Wire to wire. Lane 8, your unofficial heat winner. Vasilisa, Team Santa Monica. Heat 9. All right, in the water is our 9th of 10 heats of event 42, the mixed 5, 10, 100 IM, lane 1, Keon, Rose Bowl, lane 2, Julian, Team Santa Monica, lane 3, Lena, K-Swim, lane 4, Cassidy, Bay Club, lane 5, Lenny, Rose Bowl, lane 6, Mia, Southgate, lane 7, Sophie, Linwood, lane 8, Tomoko, Team Santa Monica, lane 9, Lori, Rose Bowl, lane 10, we have Max, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Emily, BCA. And in lane 12, Cooper from Taste Run. All right. Tomoko there in lane 8 from TSM with a commanding lead. Your unofficial heat winner. Lane 8, Tomoko, Team Santa Monica. Nice swim. Push. Heat 10. All right, in the water is our 10th and final heat of the 5 to 10-year-old mixed 100 IM. Lane 4, Ernesto from Southgate. Lane 5, Enrique, Southgate. Lane 6, Brian, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Allison, Southgate. And in lane 8, Valeria from Southgate. Next up is event 43. We're sticking with 100 IM. This time it's the 11 to 12-year-olds' turn. We have 9 heats of event 43, the mixed 11, 12, 100 IM. But back to event 42. That's lane 6, Brian from Rose Bowl. With quite a gap on the field. Bringing it home here to win the heat. That is going to be Brian from Rose Bowl. But now we have a Southgate race here. which is currently being led by lane 8. That's Valeria. Who, according to this heat sheet, is only 7 years old. That's pretty strong swimming out there. In fact, all of these Southgate kiddos are 7. Great job, guys. Heat 1. All right, in the waters, the first of 9 heats of event 43, the mix 11, 12, 100-yard individual medley. Lane 1, Marjorie, Southgate. Lane 2, Toma, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Lane, BCA. Lane 4, Penny, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Honor, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Junyu, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Leo, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Bodan, Kosaka Swimming Academy. Lane 9, Liam, Team Santa Monica. Lane 10, got Kate from Spartan. And lane 11, Sydney, Team Santa Monica. And in lane 12, Mariah, Southgate. All right, getting his hand on the wall at the 50 is Jun Yu, lane 6, I believe.
Go! Go, buddy, go!
Very impressive swim by all of these swimmers here, but lane 6 is your unofficial heat winner, Jun Yu from Rose Bowl. Heat 2. All right, in the water, heat 2, lane 1, Owen, BCA, lane 2, Caleb, BCA, lane 3, Katalea, BCA, lane 4, Team Swim LA, lane 5, Ina, Rose Bowl, lane 6, Gemma, BCA, lane 7, Emily, Team Santa Monica, lane 8, Leo from Spartans, lane 9, Rose Bowl, Sebastian, and lane 10, Camila, H2O, lane 11, Claudia, Westside, and in lane 12, Kenna from BCA. All right, we got a close race here in lane 3, and I think out there that's lane 10. Lane 3, Katalaya pulling off a good crossover turn there. What do we got going on out there, though? On the outside. That's lane 9. That's Sebastian from Rose Bowl. Bringing it home very strong on his freestyle. That's your unofficial heat winner. Lane 9, Sebastian from Rose Bowl. Heat 3. All right, in the water, we have heat 3. In lane 2, Lucy, BCA. Lane 3, Vivian, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Addison, Bay Club. Lane 5, Anya, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Edison, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Elizabeth, Spartan. Lane 8, Olivia, BCA. Lane 9, Tiffany, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Quinn, BCA. Lane 11, Tylea, BCA. And in lane 12, Marius, BCA. Your unofficial heat winner is down here in lane 3, Vivian from Rosebud. Heat 4. All right, in the water, Heat 4, Lane 1, Alex, Team Santa Monica, Lane 2, Finn, BCA. Lane 3, Nico, Spartan. Lane 4, Alina, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Kylie, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Dean, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Angelo, BCA. Lane 8, Seamus, H2O. Lane 9, Claire, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Zoe, BCA. Lane 11, Tommy, Spartans. And in lane 12, Maya, H2O.
Alex! Alex, go!
Another close race here. That would appear to be Dean in lane 6. That's got just a bit of a lead, overcoming that issue at the start, but coming here under the flags. Oh, Dean in lane 6, your unofficial heat winner, or so I think. Too close. Heat 5. All right, and away we go. Heat 5 of 9. Lane 1, Arabella. West side. Lane 2, Alice, Bay Club. Lane 3, Emma, Spartan. Lane 4, Henri, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Caitlin, BCA. Lane 6, Rory, BCA. Lane 7, Ava, Spartan. Lane 8, Rokia, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Ria, BCA. Lane 10, Brandon, BCA. Lane 11, Nate, BCA. And in lane 12, Rose Bowls, Cormac. Looks like your race leaders here in lane 3, Emma from Spartan. Your unofficial heat winner, lane 3, Emma. Heat 6. All right, in the water. Heat 6 of 9. In lane 1, we have Mateo from Southgate. Lane 2, Izzy, Bay Club. Lane 3, Caden, Team Santa Monica. Lane 4, Julian, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Torrin, BCA. Lane 6, Colin, BCA. Lane 7, Sophia, Team Santa Monica. Lane 8, Hannah, Team Santa Monica. Lane 9, Lisa, PV. Lane 10, Emily, BCA. Lane 11, Sienna, BCA. And in lane 12, Katarina from the Kosaka Swimming Academy. Right at the breaststroke, turn to the freestyle transition is 4 and 5. Torrin, lane 5. Your unofficial heat winner is Torrin, lane 5, BCA. Heat 7. In the water, heat 7 of 9. Lane 1, Smith, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Mia, BCA. Lane 3, Angelique, Team Santa Monica. Lane 4, Kieran, BCA. Lane 5, Kisnia, BCA. Lane 6, Lola, BCA. Lane 7, Kara, BCA. Lane 8, Matthew, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Luz, Team Santa Monica. Lane 10, Gracie, BCA. Lane 11, Grace, Team Santa Monica. And in lane 12, Jai Yoon from Rose Bowl. Coming in here at the 50, that's lane 2. That's Mia from BCA. Finishing off strong. Lane 2, Mia, your unofficial heat winner. Heat 8. All right, in the water, heat 8, Remy, lane 1, H2O, lane 2, Eva, Bay Club, lane 3, Sammy, PV, lane 4, Mason, BCA, lane 5, Kyle, Rose Bowl, lane 6, Rita, BCA, lane 7, Samantha, Southgate, lane 8, Rose Bowl, that's Lucas, lane 9, Credence from Rose Bowl, lane 10, Finn, Team Santa Monica, lane 11, we have PV's Alvin, and in lane 12, Jewel from Rose Bowl. Right at the turn there, that's Alvin out there in lane 11. All right. Alvin, lane 11, your unofficial heat winner.
Good job. Okay. One more.
Heat 9.
How was that? You good? Can you talk to us? Oh.
In the water is our ninth and final heat of the 100 IM. Lane 2, Clara, PV. Lane 3, Allen, Southgate. Lane 4, Jacob from Bay Club. Lane 5, Thomas from Bay Club. Lane 6, Kirk, PV. Lane 7, Tesla, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, LaShawn, PV. And in lane 9, we have Ellie from Rose Bowl. Next up, we're sticking with IM, but we're switching from sprint to distance. It's the mixed 11-12 400-yard IM, event 44, one of one heats. But back to event 43. Our race is between Clara here in lane 2 and out there in lane 9. That's Ellie from Rose Bowl. All right, bringing it home out there is lane 9. Rose Bowls, Ellie, your unofficial heat winner.
Noelity!
Heat 1. All right. Only one heat of the 11-12 400-yard IM. Some would argue the hardest event in the sport. Lane 2, Rocket from BCA. Lane 3, Emily, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Alicia, BCA. Lane 5, Tyson, BCA. Lane 6, Nate, BCA. Lane 7, Madison from Swim Torrance. In lane 8, we have Iris Swim Torrance. In lane 9, Nina, BCA. Lane 10, Alexis Swim Torrance. And in lane 11, Lucy, BCA. All right. We are going to go right into warm-ups for session 2. Session 2 warm-up number 1, 12:20 to 12:55. Session 2, 12:55 to 1:30. Session 3, 1:30 to 2:05 with a meet start time of 2:15. All right. That's Nate out there with the lead. I just want to acknowledge the fact that, at least according to my notes, Nina, Alicia, and Nate are taking on the 400 IM after having earlier swam and finished the 200-yard fly. So these are tough kids today. Or maybe they just have a mean coach. Who knows? Could be a little bit of both.
But I didn't. I think I got.
All right, cool. Unofficial heat winner, that's Nate. Good swim, Nate. All right. In 2 minutes, we're starting the first warm-up session for the afternoon. Kidding. 12:20 this starts. Okay, lane 1 is Vision. Lane 2, Spartan and KSA. Lane 3 and 4 is Spartan. Lane 5, Rose and TC Falcons. And then lane 6 through 21 is all Rose. Again, warm up 1, lane 1, Vision. Lane 2, Spartan and KSA. Lane 3, Spartan. Lane 4, Spartan. Lane 5, Rose Bowl and TC Falcons. And then lanes 6 through 21, all Rose Bowl.
Swimmers, just a reminder, when we're getting in the water for warm-up, we want a 3-point entry, and you have to be under your coach's supervision.
Touching, touching. Touch never seems to be or in the night, and it don't seem so long. And when I hurt, he runs off my shoulder. How can I hurt him? More touching, more reaching out, touching me, touching you. Good time seems so good. Really bad.
How many years is that?
Sweet count. Good time never seems so good. Sweet count. I believe it could. When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I'm
Can we get the parent of Luke Kim to admin? We've got a lost parent. The parent for Luke Kim to come to admin, please.
stand by. So dark by me. Oh, stand
Can we have the mother of Luke Kim come to admin, please?
by. If the sky that we look upon should crumble and fall, or the mountain should crumble the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by, and all that's by, oh, stand by me, walk now, stand by, stand by. Stand by, stand by. Whenever you're by, oh, by, oh,
Can the mother of Luke Kim come to admin? We've got a missing parent. Luke Kim's mother to admin, please.
hey, Don't want you, need you, yeah, I need you to fill me up. 마시고 마셔봐도 상해지지 않아. Hey, the microphone don't put it. When you leave me, I hope you stay tight. Can't let go. 우나타나 지금 당장 나가 시간 없잖아 넌내 거야 이루어져 있잖아 Cause I need you to need me I'm meant to be So leave Shake my little soda pop You're all I can think of Break up, I drink up You're my soda pop My little soda pop Pull me down your soul Pull me up, I won't stop You're my
We
soda
are looking
pop
for Luke Kim's mother. Luke Kim's mother, please come to admin.
아니 내가 밥값 줘야 될 거 아니야. 난 이거 싼데 줘야 돼.
Coaches and swimmers, we've got 5 minutes left of meet warm-up. 5 minutes left. All right. We are going to start at 2:15 sharp. Welcome to a gorgeous Sunday afternoon, swimmers and parents. Can we get our lane assignments and timers to the chairs, please? So for lane 1, chair 1, we're going to have Spartan, chair 2, Spartan, lane 2, TSM, lane chair 2, Southgate, lane 3, TSM, TSM, lane 4, BCA, BCA, lane 5, 6, and 7, timers from Rose Bowl, lane 8 and 9 from Blast, lane 10, Torrance, lane 11, Torrance and Bay Club, and lane 12, RYL. Can we get our timers to the chairs, please? Reminder, we need our timers. Come to the chairs, please. So lane 1, Spartan. Lane 2, TSM and Southgate. Lane 3, TSM. Lane 4, BCA. Lane 5, 6 and 7, Rose Bowl. Lane 8 and 9, Blast. Lane 10, Torrance. Lane 11, Torrance and Bay Club. And lane 12, RYL. Swimmers and coaches, the first event will be event 45. It'll be the girls 13 and over, 200-yard IM. Just a reminder, can we get the timers up to the chairs? We'd like to start at 2:15 sharp. Timers up to the chairs, please. for our timers for lane 11. Somebody from Torrance and somebody from Bay Club. Once again, welcome to this gorgeous Sunday afternoon. We are going to start with event 45. It's the girls 13 and over, 200-yard IM. we're about to start. 2 more minutes, and we're going to start. So this is event 45, heat 1 of 8. All right, this is event 45, heat 1 of 8. Lane 1, Sophie C, TSM. Lane 2, Rosie OV, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Lola M, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Key G, Beach Cities. Lane 5, Andy Taylor, Beach Cities. Lane 6, Aaron Arnold, Beach Cities. Lane 7, Kayla Thompson, Beach Cities. Lane 8, Olivia L, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Maria Z, Beach Cities. Lane 10, Sarah Deedham, Beach Cities. Lane 11, Amelia A, Rose Bowl. And lane 12, Danica B, Rose Bowl. The winner of this heat is Aaron Arnold in lane 6. Event 45, heat 2 of 8. All right, heat 2 of 8. Lane 1, Zoe Lewis, Beach Cities. Lane 2, Madeline W, TSM. Lane 3, Maddie W, TSM. Lane 4, Olivia Ching, Beach Cities. Lane 5, Lexi C, Spartans. Lane 6, Ashley K, Blast. Lane 7, Lulu M, TSM. Lane 8, Jordan H, Royal Spin. Lane 9, Natalie Y, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Vanessa L, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Brianna A, Smith Torrance. And lane 12, Delancey W, Rose Bowl. If, yeah, if anybody's lost a set of AirPods, they're up here at the admin desk. Lost AirPods, come to the admin desk. Event 45, heat 3 of 8. Event 45, heat 3 of 8. Lane 1, Fiona P. Rosewell. Lane 2, Haley Qo from Beach Cities. Lane 3, Audrey R. Rosewell. Lane 4, Charlie H. Rosewell. Lane 5, Alina A. TSM. Lane 6, Kamari G. Rosewell. Lane 7, LCB. Bay Club. Lane 8, Katie F. Beach Cities. Lane 9, Catalina W. Rosewell. Lane 10, Piper Sutkas. Beach Cities. Lane 11, Ariel C. Spartans. Lane 12, Olivia C. TSM. Event 45, heat 4 of 8. Heat 4 of 8. Lane 1, Ileana B. Blashark. Lane 2, Chloe T. Twin Torrance. Lane 3, Zara Z. Rosewell. Lane 4, Laurel I. Rosewell. Lane 5, Caroline M. PSM. Lane 6, Emily O. Rosewell. Lane 7, Alexa Grant. Beach Cities. Lane 8, Emma C. Royal Twin. Lane 9, Charlie R. Swim. Torrance. Lane 10, Julian B. Blasharks. Lane 11, Zainab S. From Torrance. And Lane 12, Gabby O. Rosewell.
Go, Ellie. Go, go, go.
Event 45, heat 5 of 80. This is heat 5 of 8. Lane 1, Alexa L, Blast Sharks. Lane 2, Ariana C, Beach Cities. Lane 3, Mariana M, Blast Sharks. Lane 4, Sienna R, TSM. Lane 5, Annika G, Quinton. Lane 6, Arena T, Spartans. Lane 7, Juliana K, Blast Sharks. Lane 8, Anna A, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Ellie M, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Riley F, PSM. Lane 11, Emily M, Torrance. And lane 12, Ella K, Rose Bowl. Event 45, heat 6 of 8. Heat 6 of 8. Lane 1, Medley R, Beach Cities. Lane 2, Vina C, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Sierra M, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Judith S, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Kara R, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Julian L, Spartans. Lane 7, Zoe E, PV. Lane 8, Hero L, Beach Cities. Lane 9, Daphne V, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Avantika N, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Olive S, Rose Bowl. Lane 12, Poppy R, Rose Bowl. Event 45, heat 7 of 8. Heat 7 of 8. Lane 1, Eva N. Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Sydney P. Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Harper G. Beach Cities. Lane 4, Chelsea T. Southgate. Lane 5, Avery E. Beach Cities. Lane 6, Scout F. Glass Sharks. Lane 7, Beatrice H. Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Josie D. Bay Club. Lane 9, Ava A. Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Isabel C. Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Pamela J. Kasaka Spin Academy. Lane 12, Save H. Glass Sharks. Coming up to the final heat of event 45, heat 8 of 8. This is final heat of event 45, heat 8 of 8. Lane 1, Annie S. Big Cities. Lane 2, Caitlin T. Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Alexis T. Glass Sharks. Lane 4, Bridget S. Big Cities. Lane 5, Jayla B. Southgate. Lane 6, Micah G. Beach Cities. Lane 7, Lexi G. Beach Cities. Lane 8, Natalie H. Quim Torrance. Lane 9, Nina D. Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Rima M. Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Goldie G. Rose Bowl. right, we're moving on to event 46, the boys 13 and over 200 IM, heat 1 of 8. Heat 1 of 8. Lane 1, Aaron J. Flasher. Lane 2, Jude W. Roseball. Lane 3, David B. Unattacked. Lane 4, Andrew O. Roseball. Lane 5, Angelo C. Beach Cities. Lane 6, John Z. Spartans. Lane 7, Max Wang. Beach Cities. Lane 8, Jake Everett. Beach Cities. Lane 9, Luca B. Beach Cities. Lane 10, Scott I. Roseball. Lane 10, Alex X. Roseball. And Lane 12, ENT. Beach Cities. Nice win by Max Wang in lane 7. Heat 2 of 8. This is event 46, heat 2 of 8. Lane 1, Marwin A. Beach City. Lane 2, Scott L. Rosebowl. Lane 3, Aiden R. Rosebowl. Lane 4, Jaden T. Rosebowl. Lane 5, Nate L. Rosebowl. Lane 6, Arshon B. Rosebowl. Lane 7, Anthony G. Beach Cities. Lane 8, Orion T. Rosebowl. Lane 9, Derek T. Rosebowl. Lane 10, James B. Rosebowl. Lane 11, Jack W. Rosebowl. And lane 12, Oscar K. Rosebowl. Yep. Can I call swimmer Scott Isa from Rose Bowl? Come to the admin desk. Scott Isa from Rose Bowl, please come to the admin desk. Event 46, heat 3 of 8. Event 46, heat 3 of 8. Lane 1, CUL Beach Cities. Lane 2, Vahan M, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Sasha B, Royal Swim. Lane 4, Lucas H, Beach Cities. Lane 5, Raymond L, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Matthew C, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Jared L, Spartans. Lane 8, Koji K, Beach Cities. Lane 9, Taj K, TSM. Lane 10, Leo B, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Mateo Trombley, Beach Cities. And Lane 12, Valentine K, Royal Swim. Event 46, heat 4 of 8. Heat 4 of 8. Lane 1, Derek K, Beach Cities. Lane 2, Andrew K, Swim Torrance. Lane 3, Vasco V, Beach Cities. Lane 4, Santi B, Beach Cities. Lane 5, Craig O, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Alan G, Beach Cities. Lane 7, Wyatt N, Beach Cities. Lane 8, David D, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Lucas C, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Aiden P, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Aiden A, Beach Cities. Lane 12, Lucas P, Swim Torrance. Event 46, heat 5 of 8. This is event 46, heat 5 of 8. Lane 1, Hudson M, Beach Cities. Lane 2, Kellen K, Beach Cities. Lane 3, Eric R, TC Falcon. Lane 4, Ben B, Roseball. Lane 5, Ashton J, Blast Sharks. Lane 6, Dennis S, Royal Swim. Lane 7, Patrick J, Roseball. Lane 8, Ethan P, Royal Swim. Lane 9, Christian K, Roseball. Lane 10, Barrett T, Beach Cities. Lane 11, Oliver N, Sparks. Lane 12, Bryson T, Beach Cities.
Go.
Event 46, heat 6 of 8. Event 46, heat 6 of 8. Lane 1, Cash O, Blast. Lane 2, Bayo N, Torrance. Lane 3, Ethan R, Beach Cities. Lane 4, Ben L, Roseball. Lane 5, Patrick S, TSM. Lane 6, Leo 2, Blast Sharks. Lane 7, Clayton S, Roseball. Lane 8, Raiden Y, Torrance. Lane 9, Ryan R, Beach Cities. Lane 10, Caleb A, Blast Sharks. Lane 11, Wyatt M, TSM. And Lane 12, Chase B, Beach Cities. Event 46, heat 7 of 8. Event 46, heat 7 of 8. Lane 1, Thomas C. Rothwell. Lane 2, Max G. Beach Cities. Lane 3, Aaron D. Flash Sharks. Lane 4, Just C. Flash Sharks. Lane 5, Ari S. Beach Cities. Lane 6, Henry M. TSM. Lane 7, Jonathan S. Rothwell. Lane 8, Kingston B. Beach Cities. Lane 9, Luca H. Rothwell. Lane 10, Zach T. Torrance. Lane 11, Adam T. Torrance. And Lane 12, Vladimir D. Rothwell. All right, event 46, the last heat, heat 8 of 8. This is the final heat of event 46. In lane 3, Scott Easter from Rosebowl. Lane 4, Colin C. Bay Club. Lane 5, Everett C. from Torrance. Lane 6, Lord F. TSM. Lane 7, Landon S. Beach Cities. Lane 8, Josh E. PV. Lane 9, Slavic V. Vision Swim. All right, the next event is event 47, girls 13 and over 50-yard free. Event 47, girls 13 and over, heat 1 of 14. Heat 1, Aria Kim. Heat 2, Sarah D. Heat 3, Haley C. Heat Lane 4, Ava B. Lane 5, Chloe K. Lane 6, Jordan H. Lane 7, Kayla Thompson. Lane 8, Addison L. Lane 9, Penny Chu. Lane 10, Paloma K. Lane 11, Amelia K. And lane 12, Lola M. All right. Heat 2 of 14. Event 47, heat 2 of 14. Lane 1, Sophia L. Lane 2, Natalie Y. Lane 3, Sabrina K. Lane 4, Annie B. Lane 5, Catherine B. Lane 6, Eva V. Lane 7, Ella G. Lane 8, Kate L. Lane 9, Ashley D. Lane 10, Thea H. Lane 11, Mia B. And lane 12, Fan W. Heat 3 of 14. Event 47, heat 3 of 14. Lane 1, Elizabetta R. Lane 2, Hillary N. Lane 3, LGB. Lane 4, Camilla F. Lane 5, Lily P. Lane 6, Reese M. Lane 7, Joy L. Lane 8, Tina E. Lane 9, E1 D. Lane 10, Mari G. Lane 11, Adela L. And lane 12, Alexa G. Heat 4 of 14. Heat 4 of 14. Lane 1, Sarah C. Lane 2, Kendall H. Lane 3, Mayo C. Lane 4, Anna P. Lane 5, Eileen Romiser. Lane 6, Gabby Nicholas. Lane 7, Daniela Khan. Lane 8, Vanessa L. Lane 9, Lillian B. Lane 10, CCW. Lane 11, Melania A. And lane 12, Elise M. Heat 5 of 14. Event 47, heat 5 and 14. Lane 1, Audrey R. Lane 2, Valeria R. Lane 3, Adriana L. Lane 4, Brianna A. Lane 5, Charlotte C. Lane 6, Caroline C. Lane 7, Haley N. Lane 8, Annie A. Lane 9, Madeline W. Lane 10, Evie N. Lane 12, Athena E. Lane 12, Victoria S. Heat 6 of 14. Event 47, heat 6 to 14. Lane 1, Nora M. Lane 2, Iris G. Lane 3, Alexa H. Lane 4, Kira D. Lane 5, Isabel E. Lane 6, Fiona P. Lane 7, Ariel T. Lane 8, Eliza C. Lane 9, Camila J. Lane 10, Megan C. Lane 11, Amy L. And lane 12, Kenny V. Heat 7 to 14. Event 47, heat 7 of 14. Lane 1, Sydney P. Lane 2, Emily O. Lane 3, Maya M. Lane 4, Midori Y. Lane 5, Miranda T. Lane 6, Carolina S. Lane 7, Mila H. Lane 8, Elena C. Lane 9, Maisie A. Lane 10, RAFC. Lane 11, Chelsea T. Lane 12, Minji C. Heat 11 of 14. Event 47, heat 8 of 14. Lane 1, Jayla B. Lane 2, Jennifer C. Lane 3, Daphne V. Lane 4, Vina C. Lane 5, Ella K. Lane 6, Valeria C. Lane 7, Josie D. Lane 8, Harper G. Lane 9, Ava A. Lane 10, Eli B. Lane 11, Nicole V. Lane 12, Caitlin T. Heat 9 of 14. Event 47, heat 9 of 14. Lane 1, Poppy R. Lane 2, Zoe P. Lane 3, Reba M. Lane 4, Oliver T. Lane 5, Lucia M. Lane 6, Alyssa K. Lane 7, Fiona C. Lane 8, Matilda V. Lane 9, Audrey G. Lane 10, Diana A. Lane 11, Nina D. Lane 12, Anna C. Heat 10 of 14. Event 47, heat 10 of 14. Lane 1, Finley S. Lane 2, Violet R. Lane 3, Vika S. Lane 4, Beatrice H. Lane 5, Eva N. Lane 6, Bridget S. Lane 7, Reba J. Lane 8, Sanam M. Lane 9, Ava B. Lane 10, Harper W. Lane 11, Sarah A. Lane 12, Golden G. Heat 11 of 14. Event 47, heat 11 to 14. Lane 1, Taylor E. Lane 2, Olivia L. Lane 3, Agnes S. Lane 4, Atusa A. Lane 5, Emily C. Lane 6, Scarlett D. Lane 7, Joy L. Lane 8, Asil K. Lane 9, Aliana G. Lane 10, Annalena K. Lane 11, Zoe S. And lane 12, Suri T. Heat 12 of 14. Event 47, heat 12 and 14. Lane 1, Neve S. Bay Club. Lane 2, Mackenzie F. Lane 3, Sophia C. Lane 4, Kava K. Lane 5, Juliana A. Lane 6, Rena S. Lane 7, Zelda S. Lane 8, Eloise R. Lane 9, Bella G. Lane 10, Stella C. Lane 11, Leah B. And lane 12, Sophia M. Heat 13 and 14. Event 47, Heat 13 and 14. Lane 1, Chloe M. Lane 2, Hannah K. Lane 3, Natalie R. Lane 4, Willow G. Lane 5, Zoe H. Lane 6, Karina G. Lane 7, Bryn Dana. Lane 8, Kaylee R. Lane 9, Musa G. Lane 10, Claire K. Lane 11, Sona K. Lane 12, Leah E. Final heat, event 47, Heat 14 and 14. Event 47, Heat 14 and 14. Lane 1, Brooklyn B, Bay Club. Lane 3, Ella H. Lane 4, Scarlett M. Lane 5, Ramona B. Lane 6, Beatrix D. Lane 7, RPS. Lane 8, Daria T. Lane 9, Eva A. The next event is Event 48, boys 13 and over 50-yard free. All right, Event 48, Heat 1 to 14. Heat 1 to 14. Lane 1, Evan Wine. Lane 2, Roy White. Lane 3, EJR. Lane 7, Lane 4, Devon S. Lane 5, Evan B. Lane 6, Jack R. Lane 7, Cooper R. Lane 8, Sam Wang. Lane 9, Franco B. Lane 10, Hudson P. Lane 11, Joseph W. And lane 12, Adriel Sun. Heat 2 of 14. Event 48, Heat 2 of 14. Lane 1, Jacob W. Lane 2, Anthony G. Lane 3, Bowman L. Lane 4, Marco S. Lane 5, Nolan Y. Lane 6, Lex N. Lane 7, Danny Z. Lane 8, Sam B. Lane 9, Mantis A. Lane 10, Walt K. Lane 11, James B. And lane 12, Lucas W. Heat 3 of 14. Event 48, Heat 3 of 14. Lane 1, Marwin A. Lane 2, Eben Paz. Lane 3, Nicholas Z. Lane 4, Jack W. Lane 5, Chris W. Lane 6, David B. Lane 7, Sasha Pound. Lane 8, Jeremy H. Lane 9, Diego S. Lane 10, Patrick C. Lane 11, Philip L. Lane 12, John H. Heat 4 of 14. 4 and 14. Lane 1, Yi H. Lane 2, Alex Z. Lane 3, Alejandro S. Lane 4, David C. Lane 5, Leo M. Lane 6, Will R. Lane 7, Nicholas L. Lane 8, Rowan S. Lane 9, Mateo T. Lane 10, Arshan V. Lane 11, Justin S. And lane 12, Mason H. No diving in the warm-up pool, please. No diving in the warm-up pool. Heat 5 and 14. Event 48, Heat 5, 14. Lane 1, Kieran S. Lane 2, Ethan S. Lane 3, Nate S. L. Lane 4, Scott I. Lane 5, Chris G. Lane 6, Caleb A. Lane 7, Karj K. Lane 8, Aiden P. Lane 9, Charlie N. Lane 10, Sean L. Lane 11, Noah K. Lane 12, Aiden P. Heat 6 of 14. Event 48, Heat 6 of 14. Lane 1, Colin W. Lane 2, Jacob T. Lane 3, Moses S. Lane 4, Clewu L. Lane 5, Shu U. Lane 6, Orion T. Lane 7, Vincent K. Lane 8, Colin I. Lane 9, Zirek E. Lane 10, Oscar K. Lane 11, Sean K. And lane 12, Ray L. Heat 7 of 14. Event 48, Heat 7 of 17. Lane 1, Theo H. Lane 2, Ashton J. Lane 3, Ethan P. Lane 4, Thomas C. Lane 5, Lucas C. Lane 6, Alex H. Lane 7, H G. Lane 8, Tion L. Lane 9, Oliver L. Lane 10, Evan K. Lane 11, Andrew C. And lane 12, Luca V. Heat 8 of 14. Heat 8 of 14. Lane 1, Manuel C. Lane 2, Matthew E. Lane 3, Chase M. Lane 4, Sasha B. Lane 5, Patrick S. Lane 6, Joshua Z. Lane 7, Sam C. Lane 8, Brian K. Lane 9, Alistair C. Lane 10, Colin C. Lane 11, Victor B. And lane 12, Everett C. Heat 9 of 14. Event 48, Heat 9 of 14. Lane 1, Henry M. Lane 2, Hudson M. Lane 3, Slavic V. Lane 4, Pollard Q. Lane 5, David M. Lane 6, Andrew M. Lane 7, Manny R. Lane 8, Aaron G. Lane 9, Angel E. Lane 10, Luke B. Lane 11, Aaron N. Lane 12, Zach C. Heat 10 of 14.
Go Stars! Go Stars!
Let's go, Anthony.
Heat 10 of 14. Lane 1, Sellers S. Lane 2, Anthony C. Lane 3, Jonathan S. Lane 4, Rob P. Lane 5, Lucas H. Lane 6, Dennis S. Lane 7, Xavier C. Lane 8, Matt T. Lane 9, Kate B. Lane 10, William C. Lane 11, Simon S. And lane 12, Mark B. Heat 11 of 14. Event 48, Heat 11 to 14. Lane 1, Ethan M. Lane 2, Sian B. Lane 3, Colton D. Lane 4, Joseph P. Lane 5, Cash O. Lane 6, Aaron D. Lane 7, Vladimir D. Lane 8, Riku N. Lane 9, Dari R. Lane 10, Landon S. Lane 11, Zach T. And lane 12, Adam R. Heat 12 to 14. Heat 12 to 14. Lane 1, Tard H. Lane 2, Maddox P. Lane 3, James A. Lane 4, James P. Lane 5, Julian T. Lane 6, William. Lane 7, Edison C. Lane 8, Igor V. Lane 9, Ethan C. Lane 10, Skylar I. Lane 11, Jack S. Lane 12, Owen L. Heat 13 to 14 for event 48. Event 48, Heat 13 to 14. Lane 1, Marcus D. Lane 2, Kalen H. Lane 3, Start D. Lane 4, Angel G. Lane 5, Mason Z. Lane 6, Colin E. Lane 7, Luke H. Lane 8, 8F. Lane 9, KK. Kai K. Lane 10, Johan E. Lane 11, Dominic L. And lane 12, Omog U. Final heat of event 48, Heat 14 to 14. Event 48, Heat 14 to 14. Lane 1, Dane M. Lane 2, Vlad M. Lane 3, Eduardo A. Lane 4, Ethan L. Lane 5, Jerome T. Lane 6, Maxwell F. Lane 7, Paige K. Lane 8, Lesington W. Lane 9, Pedro E. Lane 10, Ruben A. Lane 11, Grace G. Lane 12, Ayoto N. The next event is event 49, girls 13 and over, 200 yard butterfly. Event 49, 13 over 200-yard butterfly. Heat 1 of 3. Lane 1, Amia K, Beach Cities. Lane 2, Claire H, Roseball. Lane 3, Elise K, Royal Smith. Lane 4, Kayla Sun, Beach Cities. Lane 5, Wendy Z, Glass Sharks. Lane 6, Tessa N, TSM. Lane 7, Maria Z, Roseball. Lane 8, Rosia V, Roseball. Lane 9, Olivia L, Roseball. Lane 10, Natalie P, TSM. Lane 11, Risa M, Roseball. And lane 12, Jojo D, TSM.
Go, Kenny!
Event 49, heat 2 of 3.
Go, Kenny! Come on, Kenny!
This is event 49, heat 2 of 3. Lane 1, Kenny V, Beach Cities. Lane 2, Naomi B, Roseball. Lane 3, Eileen Promiser, Beach Cities. Lane 4, Piper Sukas, Beach Cities. Lane 5, Sophia B, Glass Sharks. Lane 6, Elaine T, TSM. Lane 7, Melania A, Roseball. Lane 8, Victoria S, Coral Swim. Lane 9, Catalia H, TSM. Lane 10, Charlie H, Roseball. Lane 11, Heiko O, Unattached. And lane 12, Fiona Cooley, Beach Cities.
Kenny!
Swim by Piper Sukas. Lane 4, let's go, Piper. Nice spin by Piper Supers in Beach City's Alpha. Event 49, heat 3 of 3. This is the final heat for event 49, heat 3 of 3. Lane 4, Bruna S, Beach Cities Alpha. Lane 5, Natalie R, Beach Cities Alpha. Lane 6, Addie S, Beach Cities Alpha. And lane 7, KAJ, Beach Cities Alpha. Next event is event 50, boys 13 and over 200-yard butterfly. 2 heats. If anybody is missing red and black arena goggles, come to the admin desk. Red and black arena goggles. Great swim, ladies. All right. Event 50, heat 1 of 2. Event 50, boys 13 and over 200-yard butterfly. Heat 1 of 2. Lane 1, Aiden S, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Craig O, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Ryan M, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Lex N, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Tree T, Beach Cities. Lane 6, Isaac C, Beach Cities. Lane 7, Hughes W, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Jude W, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Peter L, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Marcus L, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Alan G, Big Cities. And lane 12, Noah K, Rose Bowl. Heat 2 of 2. Event 50, boys 13 and over 200-yard butterfly. Final heat, heat 2 of 2. Lane 2, Henry S. Swim Torrance. Lane 3, Colin I. Beach Cities. Lane 4, Luca B. Beach Cities. Lane 5, Wyatt N. Beach Cities. Lane 6, Justin F. Spartan. Lane 7, Lucas P. Swim Torrance. Lane 8, Liam R. Rosewell. Lane 9, Lucas C. Beach Cities. Lane 10, Derek K. Beach Cities. And Lane 11, Jack S. Beach Cities. Event 51, which is coming up, is the girls 13 and over 100-yard backstroke. Event 51, girls 13 and over 100-yard backstroke. Heat 1 of 8. Event 51, Heat 1 of 8. Lane 1, Zoe L. Beach Cities. Lane 2, Ashley K. Blast. Lane 3, Andy Taylor. Beach Cities. Lane 4, Zara G. Rosewell. Lane 5, Lexi C. Spartans. Lane 6, Danica B. Rosewell. Lane 7, Aaron Arnold. Beach Cities. Lane 8, Olivia Chi. Beach Cities. Lane 9, Ava Bauer. Beach Cities. Lane 10, Vanessa L. Rosewell. Lane 11, Aria H. Kim. Beach Cities. Lane 12, Gabby Nicholas. Beach Cities. Heat 2 of 8. Event 51, Heat 2 of 8. Lane 1, Willa H, Big Cities. Lane 2, Joy L, Big Cities. Lane 3, Adriana L, Big Cities. Lane 4, Tina E, Beach Cities. Lane 5, Kendall H, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Kate Lansdale, Beach Cities. Lane 7, Key G, Swim Torrance. Lane 8, Sabrina K, TSM. Lane 9, Katie F, Beach Cities. Lane 10, Catalina W, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Elena A, TSM. Lane 12, Lula M, TSM.
Push to the left. Push, push.
Heat 3 of 8. Event 51, Heat 3 of 8. Lane 1, Tara R, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Arena T, Spartans. Lane 3, RSG, TSM. Lane 4, Ariel C, Spartans. Lane 5, Athena E, Big Cities. Lane 6, Annie A, Big Cities. Lane 7, Julian B, Blast Sharks. Lane 8, Alexa H, Southgate. Lane 9, Charlotte C, Blast Sharks. Lane 10, Alexa L, Blast Sharks. Lane 11, Hillary N, Swim Torrance. And Lane 12, Nicole V, Southgate. Heat 4 of 8.
Come on, man.
Event 51, Heat 4 of 8. Lane 1, Midori Y, Swim Torrance. Lane 2, Kira D, TSM. Lane 3, Catalia H, TSM. Lane 4, Elise M, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Addison L, Royal Swim. Lane 6, Donya H, Flower Sharks. Lane 7, Noah R, Flower Sharks. Lane 8, Caroline M, TSM. Lane 9, Bella T, Big Cities. Lane 10, Megan C, TC Falcon. Lane 11, Eliza C, Southgate. And lane 12, Emily M, Swim Torrance. Heat 5 of 8. Event 51, Heat 5 of 8. Lane 1, Alyssa K, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Valeria R, Linwood. Lane 3, Avantika N, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Laurel J, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Aria C, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Natalie P, TSM. Lane 7, Sienna R, TSM. Lane 8, Evie M, Beach Cities. Lane 9, Haley Kuo, Beach Cities. Lane 10, Zoe E, PV. Lane 11, Ellie M, Rose Bowl. And lane 12, Venus C, Rose Bowl. Heat 6 of 8. Event 51, Heat 6 of 8. Lane 1, Nina D, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Caroline C, Glass Sharks. Lane 3, Avery E, Beach Cities. Lane 4, Camilla J, Persa. Lane 5, Zainab S, Swim Torrance. Lane 6, Ileana B, Glass Sharks. Lane 7, CCW, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Maya C, Glass Shark. Lane 9, Kaya J, Beach Cities. Lane 10, Tara B, Beach Cities. Lane 11, Isabella E, Linwood. Lane 12, Jennifer C, Spartan.
Go, Caroline. Go. Go, Caroline. Go.
Heat 7 of 8. Event 51, Heat 7 of 8. Lane 1, Juliana A, Beach Cities. Lane 2, Taylor E, Beach Cities. Lane 3, Matilda V, Beach Cities. Lane 4, Zoe S, Bay Club. Lane 5, Alexis T, Glass Sharks. Lane 6, Tatev M, Kosatka. Lane 7, Sarah A, TSM. Lane 8, Rima J. Linwood. Lane 9, Anya S. Beach Cities. Lane 10, Myla Hart. H. TSM. Lane 11, Bryn Danner. Beach Cities. Lane 12, Kaya Kavia K. Beach Cities. If any of the lady swimmers have lost a Jolene yellow top, come to the admin desk. It's a yellow Jolene top. The final heat, heat 8 of 8. This is the final heat for event 51, heat 8 of 8. In lane number 5, Tessa N, TSM. Lane 6, Uliana K, Glass Sharks. Lane 7, Alina C, Spartans. Next event is 52, boys 13 and over, 100-yard backstroke. Event 52, heat 1 of 6. Event 52, heat 1 of 6. Lane 1, Jake Everett, Beach Cities. Lane 2, Scott L, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Bowman L, Glass Sharks. Lane 4, Max W, Beach Cities. Lane 5, Jacob W, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, L R, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Peyton K, Beach Cities. Lane 8, Anthony G, Beach Cities. Lane 9, Sam W, Beach Cities. Lane 10, Nicholas Z, Beach Cities. Lane 11, Andrew O, Beach Cities. Lane 12, Will R, Royal Swim. Heat 2 of 6. Event 52, Heat 2 of 6. Lane 1, Charlie N, TSM. Lane 2, Leo N, TSM. Lane 2, Andrew C, TC Falcons. Lane 4, Noah Kissler, Beach Cities. Lane 5, Koji K, Beach Cities. Lane 6, Michael P, TSM. Lane 7, Jared L, Spartan. Lane 8, Nate L, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Aiden K, Spartan. Lane 10, Alex H, Southgate. Lane 11, Mason H, Soup, Rose Bowl. And Lane 12, Oliver N, Spartan. Heat 3 of 6. Event 52, Heat 3 of 6. Lane 1, Kellen K, Beach Cities. Lane 2, Caden B, Bakewell. Lane 3, Brian K, Beach Cities. Lane 4, Ben B, Rosewell. Lane 5, Yi H, Beach Cities. Lane 6, Wani M, Beach Cities. Lane 7, Kingston B, Beach Cities. Lane 8, Sean L, TSM. Lane 9, Luca B, Last Sharks. Lane 10, Shumi U, Vision. Lane 11, Andrew K, from Torrance. And Lane 12, Leo B, Rosewell. Heat 4 of 6. Event 52, Heat 4 of 6. Lane 1, Ben L. Rosebowl. Lane 2, Andrew M. From Torrance. Lane 3, Ethan R. Beach Cities. Lane 4, Vincent K. Bay Club. Lane 5, Theo H. Beach Cities. Lane 6, Lucas C. Rosebowl. Lane 7, Aiden A. Beach Cities. Lane 8, David D. Rosebowl. Lane 9, Vahan M. Rosebowl. Lane 10, Xerox E. Beach Cities. Lane 11, Aaron G. Rosebowl. Lane 12, Wyatt M, TSM. Heat 5 of 6. Event 52, Heat 5 and 6. Lane 1, Manny R. TC Falcon. Lane 2, Hudson M. Beach Cities. Lane 3, Patrick W. Beach Cities. Lane 4, Enzo M. Lane 5, Leo C. Larson. Lane 6, Orion S. TSM. Lane 7, Lucas H. Beach Cities. Lane 8, Matthew E. Beach Cities. Lane 9, Sellers Stow. Beach Cities. Lane 10, Jonathan B. Glasshark. Lane 11, Brandon P. Beach Cities. And Lane 12, Lorden M. TSM. The last heat of event 52, heat 6 of 6. The final heat for event 52, heat 6 of 6. Lane 1, Diego S. Beach Cities. Lane 2, Henry S. Spin Torrance. Lane 3, Atlas I. Beach Cities. Lane 4, Falcon D. Spin Torrance. Lane 5, Brighton T. Beach City. Lane 6, Angel E. Southgate. Lane 7, Christian K. Rosebowl. Lane 8, Zach T. Spin Torrance. Lane 9, Amog U. Spin Torrance. Lane 10, Colin E. Bay Club. Lane 11, Cash O. Glass Sharks. And Lane 12, Mark V. Bay Club. Next event is 53 girls 13 and over 200-yard freestyle. Event 53, heat 1 of 9. Event 53, heat 1 of 9. Lane 1, Elise K, Royal Swim. Lane 2, Lola M, Rosebowl. Lane 3, Eva V, Beach Cities. Lane 4, Annie B, Rosebowl. Lane 5, Lily P, Rosebowl. Lane 6, Gabby B, Beach Cities. Lane 7, Mia B, Rosebowl. Lane 8, Penny Chu, Beach Cities. Lane 9, Paloma K, Beach Cities. Lane 10, Claire H. Rosebowl. Lane 11, Adela L. Rosebowl. And lane 12, Ella G. Rosebowl. Heat 2 of 9. Event 53, Heat 2 of 9. Lane 1, Delancey W, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Catherine B, Beach Cities. Lane 3, Jordan H, Royal Swim. Lane 4, Amir Kissler, Beach Cities. Lane 5, Megan G, Beach Cities. Lane 6, Reese M, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Haley C, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Elizaveta R, TSM. Lane 9, Wendy's Z, Glassharks. Lane 10, Amelia A, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Chloe K, Rose Bowl, and lane 12, Anna P, Rose Bowl. Heat 3 of 9. Event 53, Heat 3 of 9. Lane 1, Ashley D, Beach Cities. Lane 2, Daniela Khan, Beach Cities. Lane 3, Elaine T, TSM. Lane 4, Addison L. Lane 5, Haley M, TSM. Lane 6, Sophia L, Spartans. Lane 7, Ewan Danes, Royal Swim. Lane 8, Kendall H, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Sonia H, Glassharks. Lane 10, Bella T, Beach Cities. Lane 11, Fan W, Rose Bowl. And Lane 12, Athena E, Beach Cities. Heat 4 of 9. Event 53, Heat 4 of 9. Lane 1, Lillian B, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Tara R, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Alexa G, Beach Cities. Lane 4, Victoria S, Royal. Lane 5, Charlotte C, Blast Sharks. Lane 6, Sienna R, TSM. Lane 7, Elise M, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Fiona P, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, CCW, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Anna A, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Emma C, Royal Swim. And lane 12, Willa H, Beach Cities. Heat 5 of 9. Event 53, Heat 5 of 9. Lane 1, Isabella E, Linwood. Lane 2, Alexa L, Blast Shot. Lane 3, Olivia C, TSM. Lane 4, Haley Tuo, Beach Cities. Lane 5, Mariana N, Blast Sharks. Lane 6, Gabby O, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Riley F, TSM. Lane 8, Maya C, Blast Shark. Lane 9, Caroline C, Blast Shot. Lane 10, Charlie R, St. Torrance. Lane 11, Soleil W, Beach Cities. And Lane 12, Ariana C, Beach Cities. Heat 6 of 9. Event 53, heat 6 of 9. Lane 1, Save H, Blast Sharks. Lane 2, Units 8S, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Miranda T, TSM. Lane 4, Maisie A, Beach Cities. Lane 5, Papa G, Beach Cities. Lane 6, Ariella T, Beach Cities. Lane 7, Annika G, St. Torrance. Lane 8, Valeria R, Linwood. Lane 9, Scout F, Blast Sharks. Lane 10, Emily O, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Julian L, Spartans. And lane 12, Nora M, Beach Cities.
Go, units, go! Go, units, go! Go, units, go, units! Go, units, go! Go, units! Go, units, go!
Heat 7 of 9. Event 53, heat 7 of 9. Lane 1, Juliana A, Beach Cities. Lane 2, Poppy R, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Avantika N, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Beatrice H, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Ava A, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Maya M, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Carolina S, Royal Swim. Lane 8, Isabella C, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Rima J, Linwood. Lane 10, Ely B, Glass Sharks. Lane 11, Golden G, Rose Bowl. Lane 12, Diana A, TSM.
That's really like I said. They'll see. I think they'll see now. So that's I hate to say that. Because I playing check. They will.
Heat 8 of 9. Event 53, Heat 8 of 9. Lane 1, Audrey G, Westside. Lane 2, Eva N, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Harper W, Beach Cities. Lane 4, Natalie H, Swim Torrance. Lane 5, Alyssa K, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Caitlin T, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Rima M, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Bridget F, Beach Cities. Lane 9, Violet R, Beach Cities. Lane 10, Matusa A, Westside. Lane 11, Lucia M, Rose Bowl. And lane 12, Finley S, Beach Cities. Final heat, heat 9 of 9. Event 53, heat 9 of 9. Lane 5, oh, Anya S, Beach Cities. Lane 6, Matilda V, Beach Cities. Lane 7, Rena S, Beach Cities. The next event is event 54. It's for boys 13 and over, 200 yard freestyle. And happy birthday to Lane 6. It's your 14th birthday. Happy birthday, Lane 6. Event 54, heat 1 of 10. Event 54, heat 1 of 10. Lane 1, Toa M, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Evan White, Beach Cities. Lane 3, Marwan A, Beach Cities. Lane 4, L R, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Ray E, Beach Cities. Lane 6, Cooper R, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Patrick C, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Hudson P, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Franco B, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Jack W, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Alex V, X, Rose Bowl. And Lane 12, Adriel Sun, Big Cities. Heat 2 of 10. Event 54, Heat 2 of 10. Lane 1, Nolan Y, Rosewall. Lane 2, Evan K, Beach Cities. Lane 3, Craig O, Rosewall. Lane 4, Lex M, Rosewall. Lane 5, Joseph W, Rosewall. Lane 6, Van B, Rosewall. Lane 7, Jude W, Rosewall. Lane 8, Aaron G, Glass Shark. Lane 9, John Z, Fast. Lane 10, Aiden R, Rosewall. Lane 11, Brian F, Rosewall. And Lane 12, Mantis A, Big Cities. Heat 3 of 10. Event 54, heat 3 of 10. Lane 1, David B, World Swim. Lane 2, Jeremy H, Rosebowl. Lane 3, Mason H, Rosebowl. Lane 4, Ethan S, Rosebowl. Lane 5, Chris W, Rosebowl. Lane 6, Arshan B, Rosebowl. Lane 7, Hughes W, Rosebowl. Lane 8, Danny Zimmerman, Beach Cities. Lane 9, Jaden T, Rosebowl. Lane 10, Raymond L. Rosebowl. Lane 11, Walt K. Blast Sharks. Lane 12, Marco S. World Swim.
Jeremy, get up!
Heat 4 of 10. Heat 4 of 10. Lane 1, Alexander Z. BCA. Lane 2, Noah Kissler. BCA. Lane 3, Leo B. Rosebowl. Lane 4, Philip Lynn. Rosebowl. Lane 5, Nicholas L. Rosebowl. Lane 6, Devon S. Rosebowl. Lane 7, Aiden P. Blast Trucks. Lane 8, David B. Unattached. Lane 9, Noah Kim. Rosebowl. Lane 10, Scott Isa. Rosebowl. Lane 11, Sean K. Blasharks, and Lane 8, Lane 12, Santi B. Beach Cities.
Go, Noah! Go, buddy! Go, Noah! Go, Noah! Go!
Heat 5 of 10. Event 54, Heat 5 of 10. 1 MBCA. Lane 1. Lane 2, Valentine K. Royal Food. Lane 3, Luke C. Rose Bowl. Lane 4, John H. Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Justin F. Spartans. Lane 6, Carl K. TSM. Lane 7, Derek T. Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Rowan S. Rose. Royal Swim. Lane 9, Wyatt N. BCA. Lane 10, Evan K, Blast Sharks. Lane 11, Kieran S, Rosewell. And lane 12, Lucas C, Beach Cities. Heat 6 of 10. 5 of 10. Heat 6 of 10. Lane 1, Eric R, TC Falcon. Lane 2, Henry M, TSM. Lane 3, Barrett P, BCA. Lane 4, Liam R, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Enzo M, Swim Torrance. Lane 6, Koji K, BCA. Lane 7, Patrick J, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Colin W, Spartans. Lane 9, Lucas P, Swim Torrance. Lane 10, Sam O, Bay Club. Lane 11, Jonathan B, Blast Sharks. And lane 12, Sion L, BCA. Heat 7 of 10. Event 54, Heat 7 of 10. Angel G, Linwood. Lane 2, Jack R, Beach Cities. Lane 3, Ethan R, BCA. Lane 4, Lucas B, Spartans. Lane 5, Vasco V, BCA. Lane 6, Matthew E, BCA. Lane 7, Adam T, Swim Torrance. Lane 8, Manuel G, Linwood. Lane 9, Colin C, Bay Club. Lane 10, Thomas C, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, William F. TV. Lane 12, Alistair C. Spartans.
Thank you.
8 of 10. Event 54, Heat 8 of 10. Lane 1, Jonathan S. Rosewell. Lane 2, Colin Q. Spartan. Lane 3, Patrick W. BCA. Lane 4, Max G. BCA. Lane 5, Aaron D. Blashark. Lane 6, Sellers F. BCA. Lane 7, Lucas H. Blasharks. Lane 8, Bow N. Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Raiden Y. Swim Torrance. Lane 10, Justin C. Blasharks. Lane 11, Luca H. Roseball. Lane 12, Chase Valentine. BCA.
Oh yeah. 1, 2, 2. Oh.
Heat 9 of 10. Event 54, Heat 9 of 10. Lane 1, Atlas I, PCA. Lane 2, Vladimir D, Roseball. Lane 3, Rick UN, BCA. Lane 4, Xavier C, Bay Club. Lane 5, Lord and Amp, TSM. Lane 6, Joseph P, Team Twin LA. Lane 7, Julian T, Royal Swim. Lane 8, Ryan R, BCA. Lane 9, Ethan M, Vision. Lane 10, Ben L, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Vlad M, Swim Torrance. And lane 12, Zach C, Bay Club.
Go, Roseville, go! Go! Go, Roseville, go! Go, Roseville, go! Don't think about
Coming to the final heat of event 54, heat 10 of 10.
All right. I will like
Event 54, heat 10 of 10. Lane 2, Slavic V, Vision. Lane 3, Targ H, Blast Sharks. Lane 4, William C, Swim Torrance. Lane 5, James A, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Josh E, TV. Lane 7, Jack S, TSM. Lane 8, Darray R, BCA. Lane 9, Edison C, BCA. Lane 10, James P, Swim Torrance. Next event is event 55, girls 13 and over, 50-yard butterfly.
should not get one.
Event 55, girls 13 over 50 butterfly, heat 1 of 9. Heat 1 of 9, lane 1, Sophie C, lane 2, Melania A, lane 3, Tina E, lane 4, Danica B, lane 5, Kayla Sun, lane 6, Ava B, lane 7, Sora K, lane 8, Elise K, lane 9, Sabrina K, lane 10, Paloma K, lane 11, Sloane B, lane 12, Maria Z. Heat 2 of 9. Event 55, heat 2 of 9, lane 1, Riley F, lane 2, Maddie W, lane 3, Jojo D, lane 4, Olivia G, lane 5, Lulu M, lane 6, Amia Kissler, lane 7, Penny Chu, lane 8, Key G, lane 9, Joy L, lane 10, LCB, lane 11, Eva V, lane 12, Catherine B. Heat 3 of 9. Event 55, heat 3 of 9, lane 1, Eliza C, lane 2, Catalia H, lane 3, Elizabeth R, lane 4, Chloe K, lane 5, Ashley K, lane 6, Sophia B, lane 7, Camilla F, lane 8, Olivia C, lane 9, Tori J, lane 10, Natalie P, lane 11, Ashley D, and lane 12, Julian B. Heat 4 of 9. Event 55, heat 4 of 9. Lane 1, Audrey G. Lane 2, Lexi G. Lane 3, Valeria C. Lane 4, Midori Y. Lane 5, Scout F. Lane 6, Mila H. Lane 7, Evie N. Lane 8, Miranda T. Lane 9, Anna C. Lane 10, Kira L. Lane 11, Sarah A. And lane 12, Amy L. Heat 5 of 9. Heat 5 of 9. Lane 1, Eli B. Lane 2, Nora M. Lane 3, Carolina S. Lane 4, Adri E. Lane 5, Zoe P. Lane 6, Scarlett D. Lane 7, Natalie H. Lane 8, Maya M. Lane 9, Emily 4. Lane 10, Zoe S. Lane 11, Sophia C. Lane 12, Rena S. Heat 6 of 9. Event 55, heat 6 of 9. Lane 1, Lucia M. Lane 2, Olivia L. Lane 3, Vika S. Lane 4, and Helena K. Lane 5, Violet R. Lane 6, Azure C. Lane 7, Elena C. Lane 8, Alexa C. Lane 9, Sanam M. Lane 10, Kate Pavia K. Lane 11, Ava B. Lane 12, Aliana G. Heat 7 of 9. Event 55, Heat 7 of 9. Lane 1, Stella C. Lane 2, Leah B. Lane 3, Taylor E. Lane 4, Suri T. Lane 5, Eva A. Lane 6, Maisie A. Lane 7, Eloise R. Lane 8, Hazel K. Lane 9, Mackenzie F. Lane 10, Zelda S. Lane 11, Bella G. Lane 12, Zoe H. Heat 8 of 9. Event 55, Heat 8 of 9. Lane 1, Karina G. Lane 2, Finley S. Lane 3, Bryn Dana. Lane 4, Natalie R. Lane 5, Musa G. Lane 6, Sophia M. Lane 7, Willow G. Lane 8, Jolie L. Lane 9, Claire K. Lane 10, Hannah K. Lane 11, Zona K. Lane 12, Brooklyn B. Final heat, Heat 9 of 9. Event 55, Heat 9 of 9. Lane 2, Scarlett M. Lane 3, Arena T. Lane 4, Daria T. Lane 5, Ella H. Lane 6, Neve C. Lane 7, Ramona B. Lane 8, Kaylee R. Lane 9, Artie F. Lane 10, Leah F.
Natalie.
Next event is 56, boys 13 and over 50-yard butterfly. Event 56, Heat 1 of 8. Heat 1 of 8. Lane 1, Joseph W. Lane 2, Scott L. Lane 3, Roy Y. Lane 4, Jacob W. Lane 5, Devon S. Lane 6, Isaac C. Lane 7, Jake E. Lane 7, Lane 8, Tree T. Lane 9, Evan B. Lane 10, Sam W. Lane 11, Peter L. Lane 12, Nicholas L. Heat 2 of 8. Event 56, Heat 2 of 8. Lane 1, Sasha Khan. Lane 2, Mateo Tremblay. Lane 3, Alejandro Safa. Lane 4, Danny Zimmerman. Lane 5, Hughes W. Lane 6, Marco S. Lane 7, Christopher G. Lane 8, David C. Lane 9, Noah Kissler. Lane 10, Leo M. Lane 11, Marcus L. Lane 12, Will R. Heat 3 of 8. Event 56, Heat 3 of 8. Lane 1, Vincent K. Lane 2, Kingston D. Lane 3, David D. Lane 4, Noah T. Lane 5, Sean L. Lane 6, Evan Y. Lane 7, John H. Lane 8, Rowan S. Lane 9, Jacob T. Lane 10, Michael P. Lane 11, Yi H. Lane 12, Shumai U. Heat 4 of 8. Event 56, Heat 4 of 8. Lane 1, Orion S. Lane 2, Alistair C. Lane 3, Matty R. Lane 4, Aaron G. Lane 5, Franco B. Lane 6, David M. Lane 7, Aaron N. Lane 8, Everett C. Lane 9, Evan K. Lane 10, Joseph P. Lane 11, Xavier C. Lane 12, Lucas W. Heat 5 of 8. Event 56, Heat 5 of 8. Lane 1, Ari S. Lane 2, James P. Lane 3, Blood M. Lane 4, David B. Lane 5, Ethan M. Lane 6, Victor B. Lane 7, Mark B. Lane 8, Wyatt M. Lane 9, Sam C. Lane 10, Matthew P. Lane 11, Simon S. Lane 12, Adam R. Heat 6 of 8. Event 56, Heat 6 of 8. Lane 1, Luke H. Lane 2, James A. Lane 3, Luca B. Lane 4, Skylight I. Lane 5, Sion B. Lane 6, Josh D. Lane 7, London S. Lane 8, Anthony C. Lane 9, Maddox P. Lane 10, Ethan C. Lane 11, Johan E. And Lane 12, Walt Page. Heat 7 of 8. Event 56, Heat 7 of 8. Lane 1, Mason Z. Lane 2, Caden K. Lane 3, Amor U. Lane 4, Kalen H. Lane 5, Ben D. Lane 6, Robert T. Lane 7, Angel G. Lane 8, Owen L. Lane 9, Hiramu T. Lane 10, Sud D. Lane 11, Ruben A. Lane 12, Maxwell F. Heat 8 of 8. This is the final heat for event 56. Heat 8 of 8. Lane 1, Aoto N. Lane 2, Card H. Lane 3, Lucas H. Lane 4, Ethan L. Lane 5, Marcus D. Lane 6, Kai K. Lane 7, Aiden F. Lane 8, Dominic L. Lane 9, Pedro E. Lane 10, Pleasanton W. Lane 11, Dane M. Lane 12, Eduardo A. Next event is event 57, girls 13 and over, 100-yard breaststroke. Heat 1 of 8. Event 57, Heat 1 of 8. Lane 1, Ella G, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Madeline W, TSM. Lane 3, Natalie Y, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Kamara G, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Hammy C, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Gabby Prudo, BCA. Lane 7, Adela L, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Hillary N, Swim Torrance. Lane 9, Rosie OB, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Fan W, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Maddie W, TSM. Lane 12, Sarah C, Glass Shot. Heat 2 of 8. Event 57, Heat 2 of 8. Lane 1, Bella T, BCA. Lane 2, Chloe T, Swim Torrance. Lane 3, Daniela Khan, BCA. Lane 4, Olivia L, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, Sophia L, Spartans. Lane 6, Sophia C, TSM. Lane 7, Zara G, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Charlie H, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Camilla F, Vision. Lane 10, Emma C, Royal Swim. Lane 11, Brianna A, Swim Torrance. Lane 12, Adriana L, BCA.
Stop.
Heat 3 of 8.
Jessica. Solid. Solid.
Event 57, heat 3 of 8. Lane 1, Lillian L. Spartans. Lane 2, Kira D. TSM. Lane 3, Delancey W. Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Ariel C. Spartans. Lane 5, Audrey R. Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Ewan D. Rose Royal Swim. Lane 7, PEC Vision. Lane 8, Catalina W. Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Nicole G. Southgate. Lane 10, Eunice S. Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Laurel J. Rose Bowl. Lane 12, Ileana Brio, Blashops. Heat 4 of 8. Event 57, Heat 4 of 8. Lane 1, Annika G, Swim Torrance. Lane 2, Megan C, TC. Lane 3, Charlie R, Swim Torrance. Lane 4, Zoe P, Vision. Lane 5, Haley N, TSM. Lane 6, Caroline M, TSM. Lane 7, Elaine T, TSM. Lane 8, Valeria C, Linwood. Lane 9, Tori I, Big Cities. Lane 10, Katie F, BCA. Lane 11, Gabby O, Rose Bowl. And Lane 12, Aria Kim, BCA. Heat 5 of 8. Event 57, Heat 5 of 8. Lane 1, Vickers S, Blast Sharks. Lane 2, Lillian B, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Ariella T, BCA. Lane 4, Tara B, BCA. Lane 5, Daphne V, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Eileen Romiser, BCA. Lane 7, Zainab S, Swim Torrance. Lane 8, Anna P, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Zoe E, TV. Lane 10, Chelsea T, Southgate. Lane 11, Ellie M, Rose Bowl. And Lane 12, Sydney P, Rose Bowl. Heat 6 of 8. Event 57, Heat 6 of 8. Lane 1, Anna C, BCA. Lane 2, Amy L, BCA. Lane 3, Save H, Blast Shark. Lane 4, Anna A, Rose Bowl. Lane 5, LAK, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Kira L, BCA. Lane 7, F, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, RSG, TCM. Lane 9, Alexa H, Southgate. Lane 10, Tatev M, Kosatka. Lane 11, Willa H, BCA. And Lane 12, Isabella C, Rose Bowl.
Let's go, Anna! Anna!
Heat 7 of 8. Event 57, Heat 7 of 8. Lane 1, Emily M, Swim Torrance. Lane 2, Jennifer C, Spartans. Lane 3, Noah R, Blast. Lane 4, Atusa A, Westside. Lane 5, Minty C, Rosewood. Lane 6, Josie G, Fake Bob. Lane 7, Diana A, TSM. Lane 8, Lexi G, BCA. Lane 9, Jojo D, TSM. Lane 10, Harper W, BCA. Lane 11, Natalie R, BCA. Lane 12, Zoe H, Royal Swim. Heat 8 of 8. Event 57. The final heat, Heat 8 of 8. Lane 5, Micah G, BCA. Lane 6, Jayla B, Southgate. Lane 7, Soleil W, BCA. Lane 8, Willow G, BCA. Next event is event 58, boys 13 and over, 100-yard breaststroke. Event 59 is a 1,000-yard freestyle. A reminder that swimmers need to bring their own timers. Also, swimmers will be alternating. Girls first, second is boys event, third event will be the girls, and then the final fourth event will be boys. Also, a reminder to the swimmers and to parents, if you clean your area before you leave and start so that we leave the pool spotless. Please start clearing the area and pick up rubbish and put it in the bin. Thank you. All right, event 58, heat 1 of 9. Event 58, boys 13 over 100-yard breaststroke. Heat 1 of 9. Lane 1, E&T, BCA. Lane 2, John Z, Spartans. Lane 3, Ray E, BCA. Lane 4, Peyton K, BCA. Lane 5, Jeremy H, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Cooper R, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Nolan K, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Chris W, Rose Bowl. Lane 9, Philip L, Rose Bowl. Lane 10, Andrew O, Rose Bowl. Lane 11, Angelo C, BCA. Lane 12, JBT, Rose Bowl.
Yo! Ian! Go!
Heat 2 of 9. Event 58, Heat 2 of 9. Lane 1, Vahan M, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Aiden P, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Max W, BCA. Lane 4, Derek K, BCA. Lane 5, Matt C, Rose Bowl. Lane 6, Derek T, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, James B, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Joshua Z, Blast Sharks. Lane 9, Charlie N, TSM. Lane 10, David B, Royal Swim. Lane 11, Lucas W, Blast Sharks. Lane 12, Sean K, Blast Sharks. If anybody's lost a single AirPod, please come to the admin desk. If anybody's lost a single AirPod, it's been found and come to the admin desk. Heat 3 of 9. Event 58, Heat 3 of 9. Lane 1, Christian K, Rose Bowl. Lane 2, Roy Y, Blast Shot. Lane 3, Diego S, BCA. Lane 4, Aiden K, Spartans. Lane 5, Ryan R, BCA. Lane 6, Jared L, Spartans. Lane 7, Zero E, BCA. Lane 8, CUL, BCA. Lane 9, COH, BCA. Lane 10, Christopher G, TSM. Lane 11, Andrew K, Squid Torrance. Lane 12, Orient T, Rose Bowl. Heat 4 of 9. Event 58, heat 4 of 9. Lane 1, Caden B, Bay Club. Lane 2, Vasco V, BCA. Lane 3, RAS, BCA. Lane 4, Colin W, Spartans. Lane 5, Sasha B, Royal Spin. Lane 6, Oliver L, Spartans. Lane 7, Noah T, Vision. Lane 8, Sasha Khan, BCA. Lane 9, Alejandro Sapa, BCA. Lane 10, Sian L, BCA. Lane 11, Lucas H, Blast Sharks. Lane 12, Helen K, BCA.
Oh, go.
Heat 5 of 9. Event 58, Heat 5 of 9. Lane 1, Alex H, Southgate. Lane 2, Kieran S, Rose Bowl. Lane 3, Ethan P, Royal Swim. Lane 4, Aiden P, Glass Sharks. Lane 5, Eric R, TC Falcon. Lane 6, Julian T, Royal Smith. Lane 7, Ashton J, Glass Sharks. Lane 8, Zach C, Bay Club. Lane 9, William C, Swim Torrance. Lane 10, Andrew C, TC Falcon. Lane 11, Andrew M, Swim Torrance. Lane 12, Victor B, Vision Swim. A reminder for the 1,000-yard pre, you need to bring your own timers and we'll be alternating between girls and boys. Girls will be heat 1, boys heat 2. Heat 6 of 9. Event 58, heat 6 of 9. Lane 1, Aaron N, Royal Spin. Lane 2, Angel G, Linwood. Lane 3, Liam R, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Colin Q, Spartans. Lane 5, Aiden A, BCA. Lane 6, Sati B, BCA. Lane 7, Valentine K, Royal Swim. Lane 7, Dennis S, Royal Swim. Lane 9, Lucas B, Spartans. Lane 10, Colin I, BCA. Lane 11, Patrick J, Rose Bowl. And Lane 12, Moses F, Rose Bowl. Heat 7 of 9. Event 58, Heat 7 of 9. Lane 1, Chase B, BCA. Lane 2, David M, Glass Sharks. Lane 3, Barrett P, BCA. Lane 4, William F, PV. Lane 5, Angel E, Southgate. Lane 6, Patrick S, TCM. Lane 7, Manuel G, Linwood. Lane 8, Brian K, BCA. Lane 9, Oliver N, Spartans. Lane 10, Riku N, BCA. Lane 11, Luca H. Rosewell. And lane 12, Bal N, Swim Torrance. Reminder the swimmers and parents, if you can start clearing your area, picking up the garbage, so that we can leave this pool spotless when we leave. Thank you. Heat 8 of 9.
Go, Jack! Go, Jack!
Event 58, Heat 8 of 9. Lane 1, Sud D, BCA. Lane 2, Brandon T, BCA. Lane 3, Adam T, Swim Torrance. Lane 4, Jack S, TCM. Lane 5, Bryson T, BCA. Lane 6, Raiden Y, Swim Torrance. Lane 7, Calcum D, Swim Torrance. Lane 8, Anthony C, Southgate. Lane 9, Eagle V, Glass Shark. Lane 10, Orion S, TCM. Lane 11, Jack S, Beach Cities. Lane 12, Henry S, Swim Torrance. All right, the final heat of event 58, heat 9 of 9. Event 58, heat 9 of 9. Lane 5, Dari R, BCA. Lane 6, Max G, BCA. Lane 7, Skylight I, Swim Torrance. The next event is the final event for the weekend successful BCA swim meet. It is 1,000-yard free, and we are going to be alternating between girls and boys. So heat 1 will be the girls, heat 2 boys, heat 3 girls, and heat 4, and the final race, boys.
Sure. What? What's your name?
go, girls.
All right, event 59, heat 1 to 4. This is event 59. It's girls and boys 13 and over 1,000 yard free. Heat 1 of 4. Lane 1, Kuiper Sutjas from BCA. Lane 2, Maggie G, Flash Sharks. Lane 3, Annie B, Rose Bowl. Lane 4, Annie Ambrosio, Beach Cities. Lane 5, Zoe Lewis from BCA. Lane 6, Mia B, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Lily P, Rose Bowl. Lane 8, Wendy Z, Flash Sharks. Lane 9, Sora K, BCA. Lane 10, Lexi C, Spartans. Lane 11, Aria C, Rose Bowl. And Lane 12, Tori I of BCA.
Go, baby. Get up. Let's go. Stay strong. Let's go.
The next heat for event 59 will be the boys 1000 free. Heat 2 will be the first heat for the boys. Please remember to bring your own timers. Just a reminder, the next heat for event 59 is the boys 1003.
Too much. No. Give me. Go finish.
Uh, 11:40. Oh, okay. She's right there. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Heat 2 of 4 for event 59.
She held it good. Yeah. Was she going for a clap? No, she has. Oh, she has it. Well, that'll be. Yeah.
Event 59. Heat 2 of 4. Lane 1, Wani M, BCA. Lane 2, Ryan M, Rosebowl. Lane 3, Alan G, BCA. Lane 4, Oscar K, Rosebowl. Lane 5, Ray E, BCA. Lane 6, Patrick C, Rosebowl. Lane 7, Hudson T, Rosebowl. Lane 8, Marcus L, Rosebowl. Lane 9, Toa M, Rosebowl. Lane 10, Ethan S, Rosebowl. Lane 11, Alexander Z, Beach Cities. Lane 12, Leo C, Last Shots.
What's hard with? What's hard with this? Oh my God.
Shaking everything. Party. Alan. 25 on the rest. Yeah.
For event 59, heat 3 will be the girls. The final heat for the girls, 1,000 free.
Yeah. Yeah. The new schedule.
Event 59, heat 3 of 4. Event 59, the girls 1,000 yard freestyle. Heat 3 of 4. Lane 1, Micah G, BCA. Lane 2, Heiko O, untouched. Lane 3, Addie S, BCA. Lane 4, Fiona C, BCA. Lane 5, Soleil W, BCA. Lane 6, Tara B, BCA. Lane 7, Kenny V, BCA. Lane 8, Eloise C, Glass Sharks. Lane 9, Kaya J, BCA. Lane 10, Runa F, BCA. And Lane 11, Ariana C, BCA.
Oh, I love this one.
Safe driving back.
Thank you, you too. Sì, unico quello voce
True and hand. True. This could go through. And yesterday he made 200 bread. Wow. Yeah.
But we can go and we know not young and we can just feel it. That the fight with the victory cry. We cannot, we want to, and we don't know.
Final heat for the day is coming up in event 59. The boys 1,000 yard free. All right, heat 4 of 4. Final heat of the night. Event 59, heat 4 of 4. Lane 4, Brandon P, BCA. Lane 5, Jack S, BCA. Lane 6, Michael P, TSM. Lane 7, Patrick W, BCA. And lane 8, Atlas I, BCA.